like that. And there we go. Hello. Fan is still going. Audio, that's the other thing I need. And then also to bring in the YouTube chat, because that is individually video independent. So it's not going to be this stream, it's going to be the next one. Which should be this one. And you're probably going to hear me again. Double up also to bring in the YouTube. Shush. And then pop out chat. Okay, and I think we are back again. So, hello, my name is Modern Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Pathfinder 4, where we are playing as the Americans in Kaiserreich. In the previous session, we had a bit of a false start because a bunch of the events were just not popping up, because I had gone into observer mode to see if any other nations had their own MIO systems. And then, yeah, that just broke literally all of the events in the game. So we had to start again. And things have been going alright, I guess. We've been holding everything to votes on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/MordredViking if you're on the uptops and want to participate in that. And we have been really with no goal. We've been really just following whatever chat has been dictating that we do. So the Social Security Act failed, as it's supposed to. We introduced the Garner-McNary bill, which passed, and then we're now doing the Barclay bill, preparing for the new Industrial Act, and then hopefully the shipyard funding scheme as well. Is that just going to give us shipyards? We don't know. Probably jobs. In basically trying to fix the Great Depression, although it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Which is definitely all down to plan. Like 100% is what I intended. Speaking of which, we are going to need to set up a couple of new construction things soon. Now, there should be a bunch of places where I've not set anything to build. I think that... And then California, starting with Los Angeles, because I have a lot of building slots, then San Francisco and Northern California, and then after that I think we'll do Northern and Southern Texas. Okay, so that should give us a little bit of stuff to be working towards. The other thing I've done is I've set myself up with water, tea, and then also like a throat tea stuff. So hopefully I can manage with all of the descriptive events and things that pop up. We shall see. Giving things to Twitch chat can never go wrong. Exactly. 100% effectiveness. Complete success. Mindman coming in with a 24-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Mindman. I thought you already had a 24-month sub. Because I remember last time you resubscribed, we were celebrating the fact that you had the orange wings. Because obviously orange is superior to gold. So happy second? Orange wings? I don't know, it just popped up. Fair enough, and if you see the button, press the button. Okay, so let's go ahead and unpause. Wait until the next event, which is not going to take long. Revolutionaries take Mongolia. Much like Tibet, news from Mongolian capital of Urga is sparse. For many years, the status quo of the nation has been the leadership of the Russian Baron Roman Ungern Sternberg. However, recently, news has come out after a revolt in the west of the nation. The revolutionary Mongol Ardin Nam overthrew Ungern Sternberg while his army fought in the west. The Harlan rebellion has been quelled. Once it was decided that federal intervention was needed in Harlan, the days of the Red Militia were numbered. Federal forces entered the county much as the Reds had, through Cumberland Valley, this time from the west and the east, much to the protestations of the West Virginia state government. No doubt, West Virginia's warnings to the Reds' side, they were no match for the actual army. The remaining Reds in the valley itself were quickly dispatched, and when the federal forces attacked the northern Red Militia from behind, the stalemate in Harlan collapsed. The Reds in Harlan town soon realised what was imminent and retreated south of Clover Fork to make their stand. The courthouse and the hospital were reoccupied by Middleton's enthusiastic militia, which, eager for victory, crossed Clover Fork, upon which they engaged in brutal and desperate fighting with the Reds. Upon the arrival of the federal forces, many of the Reds attempted to surrender, but were ignored by Middleton's militia, until the army restored order and ended the fighting. Others retreated into the hills, where they have subsequently been hunted, and in many instances killed by Middleton's men. The events in Harlan have overall been highly reminiscent of the Mingo County War of 1923. That conflict turned West Virginia into a stronghold of socialism. The outcome of Harlan remains to be seen. What a mess. Our leader looks so tired. He's definitely tired of this madness. Your 79 one popped up again, even though I celebrated the last stream. Oh, okay. Then, yeah, I wonder what's going on with Twitch. Since the end of the European War, US agriculture has been in the state of perpetual economic crisis. During the war, there was an agricultural boom, as the global market tightened and global demand for US agricultural products boomed. The end of the war put a stop to this, however, both because European agriculture once again began to meet domestic demands, as well as due to the new tariff walls erected by Mitteleuropa, which essentially closed off the German economic bloc to US agriculture. This crisis of overproduction severely reduced the price of US agricultural goods, cratering the profitability of farms and causing many farmers to go bankrupt. Just as recovery seemed to be near, however, the Great Depression struck. Prices fell even further, and foreclosures and bank failures left many farmers penniless, wandering the American countryside. The institution of new tariffs under President Loudon and the subsequent reluctance to lower them again by President Smith further exacerbated the United States' isolation from global trade, cratering prices further. As if this wasn't bad enough, in recent years the Dust Bowl has seen many remaining farmers lose their livelihoods due to crop failure. These cascading catastrophes have resulted in a growing radicalization in rural America. Both Farmer Labor and Huey Long's movements have sought to exploit the growing anger and fury coming from farmers and rural communities towards the establishment and the economic elites. As banks of Wall Street speculators are blamed for the state of the farm crisis, radical rhetoric gains more and more traction, threatening to engulf the countryside. Already, incidents of violence and intimidation against perceived enemies of the people, including bankers and state government officials, have become commonplace, and there seems to be no sign of tensions cooling anytime soon. Syndicalism and national populism growing strength. What will this run be? Depends on what chat, what Twitch tells me to do. Riots in northern cities. The suppression of the Red Uprising in Harlan has quickly drawn strong reaction from the northern public. After the defeat of the Reds and the subsequent extrajudicial violence against them and their associates in Harlan, numerous protests have broken out in large northern cities such as New York, Chicago and others, supported by both the SBA and the IWW. They have extolled the heroism and the virtue of the Harlan martyrs, denounced the government's supposed complicity in the death of the Unionists, and called for the release of any Red militiamen taken prisoner in Harlan. It did not take long for these protests to descend into rioting. One by one, northern cities have been captured by incidents of violence and looting. In response, we have put out a statement calling for calm, but this has had little effectiveness. Paramilitaries of all stripes, both left and right, have used the opportunity to expand their recruitment and influence, as nearly 24 lie dead across the nation. Very concerning. Michigan, New York, and Illinois all grow as SPA centers. The Farmer Labor National Convention. With the onset of the election season, the Farmer Labor Party is faced with perhaps the most important choice for its so short existence. Since its inception, the tension within its disparate coalition of progressives and socialists has been obvious. Now, with the socialists having gained enough strength to put forward a viable candidate for the nomination, it's reached the forefront of discussion. In the progressive camp, Minnesota Senator and 1932 presidential candidate Floyd Olson makes the case that he can lead the Farmer Labor to a historic victory, hoping to convince the delegates that Smith years have vindicated Farmer Labor in the eyes of the public, and that a broad-based coalition with the backing of organised labour in the form of the CIO will build upon the successes of the 1932 campaign to secure the election for the young party. The Socialist Party, meanwhile, has taken the decision to openly put forward a candidate of their own for the nomination. New York Congressman Norman Thomas, the party's leading respectable moderate, has been given the endorsement of the party's executive committee. Calling for a bold and more explicitly socialist platform, the choice of Thomas would represent a shift of priorities for farmer labour away from the middle-class progressives and farm voters and towards the urban workers who allowed for farmer labour breakthroughs in states such as Illinois, Ohio and Michigan. The delegates enter the convention under the atmosphere of uncertainty. The choice they make will invariably be decisive for the direction of farmer labour in the years to come. In the end, the convention is swayed, and we have a vote. So, who is going to rise to the top of the nomination? Are we going to have Olson of the Farmer Labour proper, or are we going to have Norman Thomas, the Socialist? Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote! Itchy nose for some reason. Ba-ba-ba. Halfway through the vote. Still time to get involved. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote! Couple of seconds remaining. It's incredibly close. Every vote is going to count. Oh, oh, oh. And we have a victor. Thomas has lost out to Olson of the Farmer Labourer group. So that's what we're going to go for. Van Ragnar contributed 11,000 points. Thank you very much for that, Von Ragnar. And let's see, overall... this was a legitimate vote, and the legitimate votes actually won it. So there you go. I mean, this wasn't a legitimate vote, but the legitimates won it anyway. So, Olson. Olson's acceptance speech. The Farmer Labour National Convention has spoken, and Floyd B. Olson was selected as their 1936 presidential candidate, recounting a similar address he gave them in 1934. This time to a much broader national audience. Floyd struck a balanced tone. Now, I am frank to say that I am not a liberal. I enjoy working on a common basis with the liberals for their platforms, but I am not a liberal. I am what I want to be. I am a radical. I am a radical in the sense that I want a definite change in the system. I am not satisfied with tinkering. I am not satisfied with patching. I am not satisfied with hanging a laurel wreath upon burglars and thieves and pirates and calling them code authorities or something else. I am not satisfied with that. I want, however, an orderly, a sane and a constructive change. I don't want any visionary things any more than the hardest Tory or Conservative wants them. But I know the transition can take place, and that, of course, it must be gradual. It can't come overnight, but I want to do all I can to set in motion and keep it going steady, not in jerks or jumps or in spurts, but going steadily ahead. He continued by highlighting how the party brought the passage of the first compulsory old age pension law, and how the movement successfully passed an income tax law. He further promised a cooperative commonwealth wherein government will stifle, as much as possible, the greed and the avarice of the private profit system and will bring about a more equitable distribution of wealth produced by the hands and the minds of the people. He concluded his speech with an olive branch, stating his only great regret over the past decade is that he never had a majority in the legislature that agreed with his principles, claiming, if he had one, the gratification would have been sufficient to have him retire from public life. In that spirit of unity, he has nominated Norman Thomas as his vice president, something the FL power brokers are expected to accept. Change in popularity of social democracy goes up. And Social Democrats are Farmer Labour Progressive. I am pause for a second and again get 4 different pop-ups. Manuel Carles assumes full control of Argentina. When Manuel Carles executed a coup against the Argentinian state on Christmas 1935, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control over the presidency. LP and forces from the Argentinian Navy quickly took control of the capital, but were stopped by forces from the army, who quickly asserted their dominance over the entire nation, leading to a bloody and drawn-out struggle. Panama pressures Costa Rica. The Panamanians have begun a small-scale assault in the Coto region of Costa Rica, where they have claimed for some time. We should threaten intervention to prevent this turning into a full-scale war. Detroit, Michigan is the hub for the American automotive industry and indeed one of the world's centers for automotive manufacturing. Tonight its streets are running red with blood and blazing bright with riotous fire. Walter Reuther, Socialist Party member, a relative moderate in between the Reed and Thomas wings of the party, and one of the leaders of the CIO-affiliated United Auto Workers, was today the victim of what the Daily Worker has already called the most obvious sign of open class war by the bourgeoisie yet. He and fellow unionist Richard Frankenstein were beaten half to death by apparent paramilitaries hired by the Ford Motor Company as they handed out leaflets to workers outside the Detroit factory gates. The altercation quickly escalated. Ford mercenaries beat several witnesses and photographers and nearly killed Reuther, causing an all-out brawl, though there were ultimately no fatalities. Reuther and Frankenstein were hospitalized. Still, the smiling Reuther seemed supremely confident from his hospital bed. The young unionist made a point of denying the threats to his life would stop his own organizing, or indeed dampen the SPA's militancy. This just means they're scared, he quipped. Can't these men just talk it out? And we've got a gun. So we'll go and start researching something else. Still ahead of time. We could start getting radio. That'd be useful. We do have an MIO upgrade, which is Browning. So I think what we want to do is get the production efficiency gain, even though it does cost more silent cost. 20% production efficiency gain is pretty massive. Although, hang on, that's efficiency gain. It's not efficiency maximum. And guns aren't something that we're going to be well, as we go up through different versions or as we get new variants, we'll gain efficiency quicker again. Probably have gone for the efficiency cap. Yeah. Considering the cap right now is so low.
Listen up.
What are you lot lacking? Infantry equipment. Oh right, we're 11,000 short still. Yeah, I think I will go and change that. And haven't caught a live stream in a while and playing Hoy to boot. Absolutely. Alright, let's just blitz through. Olson, read that. Okay, that's normal. We've read that. We've read that. So, we're back to where we just were. And now I can switch to getting the production efficiency cap. We could get the additional division. But no, I think I'm going to go for the efficiency cap. Browning is going to be all about just building as many of those guns as we possibly can. With radio. Okay. And we've got more stuff. The Legation Council votes on providing aid to Sichuan province. The southern Chinese province of Sichuan is currently experiencing a terrible famine and struggling to save its people. They have requested the Legation Council authorize the legation cities, help them open up new sources of grain until the land can recover. Many experts in Chinese politics, however, warn the money we send for famine relief could go directly into Sichuan warlords' pockets. For this one, I'm tempted to deny or abstain. We have our own problems that we're trying to deal with. Bailing out a bank seems okay, but bailing out farmers? I don't know about that. That seems awfully socialist to me. Saving banks is fine, but saving people? Oh, no, 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 no. This bailout is a free one. Yeah, but realistically someone would be paying for it. And that's realistically going to be us. So we're going to approve, we're going to deny, or abstain. Get your votes in. And while that's ticking along, I'll read the other one. Miners free to West Virginia. With the failure of the Reds in Harlan County, the remnants of the Red Militia, which attempted to seize the county for the IWW, fled into the hills and the mountains, spreading through Harlan and surrounding counties. Though many were captured and in many instances murdered after order was restored in Harlan, some have slipped through the gap into the authorities and escaped. The primary refuge for these fugitives was, of course, the state of West Virginia. The Red Bastion has a long history with labour conflicts, such as the one recently fought in Harlan, including, most prominently, the similar Mingo County War in 1923. With many government officials in the state being veterans of such conflicts, attempts by both Kentucky and the federal government to push for a extradition of the escaped militiamen have been bluntly rebuffed. Concerningly, many have reportedly stockpiled their weapons in caches in the Appalachians, ready to return to them to arm themselves should the time to rise come again. Don't we have laws for this kind of thing? Support in West Virginia grows. And the vote is in. And ultimately, abstain came in last. Deny came in second with only 17% of the votes, and whopping 79 said that we should approve this and spend money on peasants. So when does the Civil War Part 2 kick off? There's no Civil War. I don't know what you're talking about. Things are fine. After hearing of American support for Costa Rica and not willing to escalate the situation of full-blown conflicts, the forces of Panama have begun to back down across the region. This is a victory for American diplomacy. However, far-right militias mobilize. The impact of the recent event in Harlan have reverberated across the nation in many ways. Though the left has been angered into violence by the suppression of the Harlan Reds, the right has seen Harlan as a vindication of both the fears and the preferred responses towards socialism. Already, the anti-union militias which took part in the fighting in Harlan County have been lionized and held up as heroes, and violence against the unions across the nation has seen a measurable spike. The activities of growing far-right and anti-union militias have long caught the eye of the state, but their growth this year has been extremely concerning. Many take the view that the federal government has already been captured by socialists, so even in instances of red uprisings such as Harlan, they cannot be reliable allies of the government. Wow. Longest support grows in Northern Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, New Orleans, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and they also gain some political power, and 12 people die. Ooh. We do, however, have basic machine tools now. Let's get concentrated industry going. Get that going already. Oh, that was the previous one. The vote passes! The recent vote in the Legation Council has passed by a comfortable majority. It will now be in. Failed coup in Beijing. Details are unclear, but following a presumed coup attempt in the Forbidden City this morning, Marshal Wu Faifu emerged arm in sling but otherwise standing tall. Walking down the stairs, he stopped for a few words with reporters who rushed to the scene as Pu Yi, bound and guarded by a group of soldiers, shuffled out. Cao Kun, the democratically elected leader of China, and I were savagely attacked by the Emperor's thugs, no doubt supported by outside powers, he began, staring directly into the camera bulbs flashing in his face. It is clear that these opposition elements wish to undo the progress we have made, and after their betrayal today, the Assembly have declared them traitors. China will be a republic once more, free from foreign domination. Return of the Republic? The Republican National Convention, man, seriously, every day. It's kind of ridiculous. It has long been the case that the Republicans hold their nominating convention first and the Democrats second, with one exception. In 1888, this order is held since the days of Lincoln, disregarding the fleeting presence of major third parties such as the People's Party and now former Labour. Optimism abounds at this year's Republican National Convention as the people generally appear tired of the Democrats and change seems to be in the air. Much as things change, however, they stay the same. Primary elections have been a feature of major party presidential politics since the days of Roosevelt. Though generally non-binding, they provide an astute indication of the mood of the public. This year, progressive Republican and Idaho Senator William Borah, among the last of Roosevelt's breed of Republicans, has completely swept the GOP primaries. With the wind behind his back, Borah's advocacy of a return to Roosevelt-style progressivism and his left criticism of the Smith administration have made him few friends among the conservative wing of the party. The Conservatives, however, realise the precariousness of their position. Borah has... Why does my monitor keep flickering? Stop that. Where was I? Conservatives realise the precariousness of their position. Borah has momentum, and the country is in generally a progressive mood after the disappointment of the Smith years. Conservatives, most prominently Michigan's Arthur Vandenberg, are therefore reluctant to throw their hat into the ring in their own right. As such, the Conservative wing of the party has rallied behind the moderate Kansas governor, Alf Landon, a pragmatic yet liberal moderate with a strong electoral record. Landon presents a broadly acceptable alternative that is nonetheless in tune with the mood of the country. With the backing of the establishment, Landon faces down Borah's insurgency in the floor of the convention. So the insurgency wins out, Borah gets the nomination, or party brass gets the way, Landon gets the nod. So we can have the more progressive Borah, or the status quo Landon. You know what it is? It's time for the votes. So, Borah, progressive, versus Landon, status quo. From what I understand, more or less. Alright, get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Tend not to read all the pop-ups, so considering Mildred's reading most of them, I'd say it's pretty fast. And once the upcoming conflict arises, the pop-ups become less frequent. I don't read them either, as I'm actually learning more about what's actually going on. I do tend to read them, even when I'm playing on my own. But once I've played through, like once or twice, I stop. I generally get pretty good at spotting what's new. But because it's so long since I played Kaiserreich, I'm even reading like the regular news articles, which ordinarily I would not. I'm trying to spot what's new, what's different. Okay, the votes are in, and it wasn't even a struggle. Ross Gamalali came in with 1,000 channel points, thank you very much for that, which means that this vote was actually mostly legit. In fact, this is probably the most legit vote we've had in at least a month of in-game time. So that's in the last 3 hours. Borah wins, the progressives. I'm going to take a drink first. With the 1936 Republican National Convention decided, William E. Borah addressed his fellow Republicans and the nation. The Idaho Progressive thanked the delegates for having faith in him, declaring that the popular will had overcome the party establishment's attempt to suppress it through their favourite son plan, and vowed to free-forge the Republican Party along liberal, rather than old-guard lines. He expressed his belief that the people will do the same in November. His speech quickly turned to a very different elephant in the room, the worsening Great Depression. Castigating the Smith administration for sucking the very lifeblood out of the nation with their mismanagement, Borah said that if we keep on the way that we are going, every farmer will be carrying another on his shoulders as he ploughs his corn. Government relief efforts have enriched politicians while failing to feed the hungry. He compared Washington's bureaucrats to the biblical locusts pouring into Egypt. He lamented that we haven't many farmers in Washington, even in the Department of Agriculture, and compared the present situation to the eve of the French Revolution. With regard to Social Security, Borah attempted to stake out his own position. He declared that he had been an advocate of such pensions for people over 60, but rejected the Townsend plan, which he had previously endorsed, for compelling them to spend it all in a month. Instead, he argued that the money should simply be given to individuals and allowed to spend or save as they see fit. A sometimes combative reformer in the past, he spent some time criticising both mainstream parties, but saved the bulk of it to lash out against the growing far left and far right. Some of it was ideological, but plenty of it was practical too. He is competing against both for the populist vote. With his new running mate, Quentin Roosevelt, he vows to save the Republic, provide relief for the people, and protect the Constitution. A message for the times. And he is market liberal. Oh, I think that's just Republican, right? Yes. Democratic restoration in Russia. Boris Savinkov is dead. As the president's actions increasingly angered both the populace and the military, mass protests broke out in Red Square, and Savinkov was shot dead by a socialist revolutionary as gunfire surrounded the capital. Amidst the chaos, the once-banned party of socialist revolutionaries with the support of the masses took control of major cities across the country. However, the military, under the leadership of Anton Denikin, took over soon took over after Denikin took over soon after to restore a more moderate government. Okay, that does actually make sense. The new government has promised to restore order and create measures against tyrants from taking over again. And Russia is once again thrown into chaos. The new Minutemen! J. Edgar Hoover has delivered his latest report to the Oval Office, outlining the ever-growing urgency of the situation to the President. While in better days these words would be dismissed as fear-mongering or typical plea for more funding, the fact that organised political violence is on the rise is unmistakable. Emboldened by Huey Long's call for new Minutemen weeks ago, various far-right militias of different sizes and radicalism have coalesced around the term and in support of Long. Groups such as the Silver Legion, the Khaki Shirts, Mankind United, Knights of the Camarilla, Crusader White Shirts, the Black Legion, the Ku Klux Klan, have all grown in numbers and launched vicious attacks on anything perceived as socialist or unpatriotic. While some have resisted the moniker and others embraced it, the media has effectively lumped them all together as Minutemen. The grassroots are not the only source for armed paramilitaries. Henry Ford and other industrialists have also cast their strikebreakers as Minutemen, heroically defending loyal workers from foreign subversives and socialist rabble-rousers. Cooperative local law enforcement, sometimes even with state approval, are said to be sympathetic to Minutemen movement. Not directly affiliated, but commonly referred to as Minutemen by the media, are Huey Long's heavily armed Cossack personal bodyguards. The proliferation of armed groups has led to cycles of violence in the cities and the countryside, leading to an arms race that has challenged the American government's monopoly on power. Many doubt that things will get any better soon. This is dangerous. The New Industrial Act. As an offshoot of the Barclay Plan, relief efforts to see new industrial growth in several vital areas, primarily in the military sector. Several of these new companies are planned for Denver, Colorado. At least one other area can be promoted, and the Cabinet believes that putting them in depressed areas which are currently strongholds of the longest of the SPA may see their influence in those areas drastically weakened. So we can either go for Minnesota or Tennessee. Last time we went for Charlotte, I think, if memory serves. So we have the choice of Minnesota. We can spell Minnesota, that would help. Or Tennessee. Get your votes in. What do I vote? The Black Legion is their leader, Abaddon the Despoiler. Yeah, and the Knights of Camarilla has a prince in their charge of every city they have a foothold. Get your votes in. Last couple of seconds. Last chance to decide where we should invest. And ultimately it was Tennessee that lost out to Minnesota. And Frost Gamalali also contributed 1,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that, Frost. Minnesota it is. So Colorado gains building slots for military factory. Minnesota gains military factory and civilian factory. Longists gain political power, Socialist Party loses power. Tennessee control will be increased. Socialist control will be reduced. Okie dokie. And I have another focus. Well, I think it's probably time for some shipyard funding then. Two major shipbuilding companies are vying for federal relief funding, and the one that we select could mean a large number of new jobs in the region. The trouble is, which do we focus on? The Democratic National Convention. The Democratic Party enters the election in 1936 in a sorry state. Beset by division and turmoil and weighted down by an unpopular incumbent who has presided over a period of general malaise and that refuses to abate, few are confident that the party's chances of coming back from behind to win the presidency once again. Perhaps the only man who enters the convention with a smile and optimistic tune is the man who is determined to be nominated as a rebuke to the entirety of Smith's term. Huey Long needs no introduction, and his crusade for the presidency has brought him to Philadelphia with numerous primary victories in hand. Among the general public, Long's Share Our Wealth platform has strong appeal as a decisive break from the economic conservatism of the Smith years, and as such, Long makes the case that he alone is capable of retaining the presidency for the Democrats. The very radicalism that is his greatest asset has made a large selection of the party determined to prevent his nomination, however. And anybody but Long movement has emerged at the convention, comprising the sum of many anti-Long forces, including liberals, conservatives, progressives, and everyone in between. United only by their opposition to Long, various faces have been posted and entered into the nomination as alternative candidates. Vice President Joe T. Robinson, Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, Secretary of State Cordell Hull are amongst the most prominent names listed. It is clear that the confrontation between Long and the anti-Longs will define this year's convention. Its resolution uncertain. Unease grows among all of the factions as the party appears to reach its breaking point. It started as a simple dispute over procedure. Two different state delegations from Mississippi demanded to be seated, one pro-Long, one anti. The ruling by the convention's Credentials Committee in favour of the anti-Long delegation started a wave of boos and jeers from Long supporters. Successive challenges to other pro-Long delegations intensified the situation. Long demanded a chance to speak, hoping to sway the convention as Bryan had in 1896, but was denied. The mood among the Long crowd went from bad to worse. The final straw was an attempt to revoke the credentials of the Louisiana delegation in favour of an anti-Long alternative slate. At this, the Long crowd rose. Long's brother, Earl, swore at the Vice President Robinson before being caught up in a brief fistfight with him. A brawl that left the younger man worse off before he was restrained by other attendees. The incident ultimately proved the last straw for Long's supporters, who proceeded to leave the convention en masse. After a short round of voting, the convention, now much friendlier to the administration, rallied behind Robinson, after Hoover withdrew his name from consideration. After Robinson was nominated for the presidency, Hoover was offered the second spot on the ticket, but again declined, obviously seeing it as a futile effort and looking towards a run in 1940. An alternative was found in the Indiana governor, Paul V. McNutt, a photogenic northerner with strong electoral credentials. The new Democratic ticket now seems to stare towards electoral oblivion, as Long openly prepares his forces for a parallel convention. So social liberal, social conservative, and stability will go down. What madness. And Long is still considered a Democrat. And Landon is still considered the leader of the Republicans. Not being updated. Coup d'etat in Siam. News emerged from Bangkok today that a group of officers and intelligentsia calling themselves the Khana Rastadon, the People's Party, had successfully seized control of the government. Key government officials are under arrest and the king and his heir are said to be safe and well looked after by the new government. A statement was issued by the new Prime Minister announcing that this was not a military coup, but rather a peaceful transfer of power while the constitution is put into place. Fall of the Kingdom of Finland. Founded in the ashes of the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Finland had remained since the end of the Great War, a nation thoroughly entrenched in the German sphere. It appears now, though this was not meant to last. In the wake of Black Monday, the Finnish government was thrown into crisis as political violence spiralled out of control. Unable to maintain order, the regime finally collapsed. The ultra-nationalists Lapua movement under Kurt Mariatti Valentius, now leader of the Republic of Finland, marched on Helsinki, seizing power and unleashing a wave of violence against the monarchists and socialists alike. Authoritarian, corporatist and virulently anti-German, the movement no doubt represents a violent break with the old order. I thought that was going to be Russia taking Finland, but no, they just got independence. America had a brief period of calm today, with a mostly peaceful Independence Day celebration, commemorating the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 by the Second Continental Congress on the eve of the American Revolutionary War. The holiday is one of great importance to the American people. While many were worried about the rising tensions in America would result in yet another bout of violence in the long and brutal election season, many sighed a breath of relief today as the news reported little brawling during the annual celebration. While all the major candidates made sure to be seen and photographed amongst the large crowds and delivered speeches connecting their respective causes to the situation in 1776, most Americans took time to take a break from the intense politics plaguing America. Instead, they decided to just spend time with families and friends amidst picnics and fireworks. It would seem for a brief moment that America had finally received something it had lacked for a very long time. Unity. Music's loud. Turn that down already, guys. I can barely hear it. Oh, I know why. Ah, okay. It's because the desktop audio and my microphone audio have switched. Let's try this. And I'm going to turn the music back up again. Yeah, that would be why. Desktop audio to you guys has been boosted, but not to me. Whereas the microphone audio had been reduced. A deputy for a kingfish. The dramatic walkout from the Democratic National Convention by supporters of Senator Huey Long just over a week ago has led to feverish speculation as to Long's next political move. Few are so foolish as to believe that the events in Philadelphia have seriously stunted Long's presidential ambitions. Instead, he is widely expected to launch a third-party bid for president of some kind, an expectation that has seemingly been confirmed by his declaration calling for a convention against the hoot owls and scrooch owls of the bankers, Democratic and Republican parties. With the convention opening the 4th of July to much fanfare, enthusiasm behind Long's bid appears to remain strong. Though the mood on the floor is overwhelmingly behind the man of the hour, one question remains unanswered, that of Long's vice president. On the one hand, there is Long's personal choice, his close Senate colleague and friend, Montana's Burton K. Wheeler. Wheeler would reinforce Long's progressive bona fides, drawing the campaign in a more populist direction in line with Long's Share Our Wealth platform. However, he would alienate the Southern bloc that always gave Long the Democratic nomination, as well as the Conservatives increasingly driven too long out of fear of the Socialists. On the other hand, there is the right-wing populist governor of Georgia, Eugene Talmadge. Long promised Talmadge either vice presidency or the position of Secretary of Agriculture last year when he formed a political pact with him against Al Smith. Talmadge is favoured by northern business interests and is accepted by, if not the first choice of, the Southern Bourbons. However, the gap between his politics and those of Long is wide, and the two have grown to silently disdain one another since the formation of their alliance. Additionally, it's unlikely that Talmadge has enough sway in the wider South to seriously damage the Long campaign if the pact between him and Long is broken. Ultimately, the choice of vice president will determine the direction of Long's campaign. Will it be a populist, Western-focused campaign, or a nationalist, Southern-focused one? And you know what this means. This means a vote. It's good, because it gives my voice a break. So we got Wheeler, which is west. Or we have Talmadge, which is east. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Mordred saying more words during these streams than a normal work week. Kind of feels that way, yeah. Are we spending to influence the vote? I don't know. Spend a little and find out. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Okay, the votes are in. King Stubbers contributed 18,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that, Stubbers. And the vote was won by the legitimate voters. even though they were absolutely dwarfed by the lobbying, shall we say. So we're going to go with Wheeler, looking west. The Union Party Convention. 4 days. Huey Long has stoked anticipation of a third party run for president. Few expected his rejection by the Democrats to end his presidential ambitions. Now Long has taken to the stage to confirm just that. Denouncing the Democratic Party as irrevocably corrupt, he and his allies founded the Union Party, an alliance of convenience between populists such as Charles Cullen, Francis Townsend and William Lemke, more reactionary Democratic politicians such as Eugene Talmadge and Theodore Bilbo, as well as a host of fringe figures such as Gerald K. Smith. Drifting adjacent to the Union Party orbits are several leading corporate executives such as Henry Ford, John Henry Kirby, Alfred P. Sloan, and Robert E. Wood. Along with the new party, Long has announced that Montana Senator Burton K. Wheeler, his longtime friend and partner in the Senate, will be joining him as his vice presidential nominee. Wheeler is a progressive who was elected to a Senate seat in 1922, becoming a well-known populist legislator with ties across the political spectrum. As a senator, Wheeler is popular due to his leadership in several anti-corruption inquiries and his willingness to challenge the establishment and even the White House. In addition to having many allies amongst the progressive movement and organised labour, Wheeler is known for his isolationist and nativist views, voting for legislation clamping down on immigration and also for diplomatic non-intervention. Long's choice of Wheeler has helped give the Union Party a more cohesive identity as a Western populist party, but some have criticised it as being too narrow in scope and to actually win in November. Many conservative Democrats who expressed some interest in the party have now begun to distance themselves, threatening the inroads the Union Party has made in the South. Still, a shared vision can do wonders for a party's image, especially as other major parties struggle with their own internal divisions. He's really set on burning things down. National populism rises by 3%. They are now known as the Union Party Populist faction. Oh, we have National Populist and Authoritarian Democrat. So Nat Pop is Wheeler and Long. Auth Dem was Talmadge. There is indeed a coalition. How on earth have they done that? House divided. Gets even more stability penalties, war support penalties, and political power cost. I don't think we're gaining any political power anymore. No, we're actually losing it. Hence, this number is going down. And this will actually cost 50 political power as well. When's the election? November. I take umbrage at the insinuation that bought votes are less legitimate. You're true. Yep, that's very true. My bad. The Midwest swelters. As the heat wave of 1936 tears through the country, one of the worst hit sections of the country has seen more suffering than most. As opposed to the lower South, whose inhabitants are generally acclimatized to the extreme heat, Midwestern Americans have almost no frame of reference to such intense waves. On July 9th and 10th, a season that has already seen record-breaking heat saw records broken once again. On average, a triangle of states from New York to the Dakotas to Tennessee face temperatures upwards of 105 to 115 degrees Fahrenheit, as well as excruciatingly high humidity. Some towns had literally never seen temperatures over 95, not to mention over 115, leaving citizens completely unprepared. In the last week alone, approximately 5,000 American citizens have been killed by the heat directly or through conditions aggravated by the heat. While it seems the worst is over for now, the wave will hardly go away quickly, and it seems to be just another sign that times are not good for the United States of America. Even worse, meteorologists are predicting an unusually cold winter as well. Even the weather has turned against us. Unrest in the Socialist Party. Before I do that though, let's go and get some new tech ahead of time. Construction. The Farmer Labour Party has had a complicated relationship with the Socialist Party of America. Formerly suspicious of the idea of a broad tent party, including both itself and the reformists, the Socialist Party became considerably more friendly to the idea of the Labour Party after the British Revolution, demonstrated the effectiveness of a united front strategy. The painful divorce of the CIO from the AFL in 1929 over the industrial unionism further spurred the CIO, the SPA, former state farmer labour and non-partisan leagues parties to join together to form one national farmer labour party in 1930. In its short lifespan, this has not been a very stable marriage. Though the SPA accepted Governor Floyd Olson of Minnesota's nomination for the 1932 presidential election, in spite of Olson's terrific first-time performance that year, a general feeling that it would be the SPA's turn at the wheel, so to speak. In 1936 grew within the party, which began to expect the moderates to give way for the candidate, Norman Thomas. Not particularly modified by the selection of Thomas, the vice presidential candidate, the SPA campaigning has been noticeably less enthusiastic and more guarded. The farmer labour leadership has kept any disagreements between the Olson and SPA camps behind closed doors. However, speculations already begun to swell the SPA will refuse to enter the cabinet even if Olson wins. An important SPA figure such as J. Lovestone previously predicted their support for farmer labour on the SPA capturing the party within the next few years. Olson, for his part, has been courting Republican, Democratic and Union Party defectors, and some on the left have already accused him of selling out the movement. Whatever happens, Floyd Olson will not have an easy time in office. Many of the SPA rank and file are disgruntled about the perceived weakness of farmer labour in the face of violence on the campaign trail, losing what little faith they had in the system. Floyd Olson continues to be condemned by conservative press as a socialist radical, and it will require a Herculean effort to keep this coalition together. However, popularity of syndicalism goes up, and I don't want to get any of those, which is going to be losing. Liberia asks for aid. The Liberian government, crippled by the effects of Black Monday on top of their overwhelming national debt, has sent an envoy requesting the American government assist with a bailout. We have our own issues to deal with, but the amount they desperately need is small by comparison, and will guarantee us a continued ally in Africa. How should we respond? So are we going to help Liberia? Or not? You know what's coming. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. I think we're having a vote roughly every 7 to 8 minutes at the moment. It's kind of mad. And we're still in July. I think we started this stream in June, an hour ago. Oh, it was May. Thank you. Okay, so 82% of you said that we should help, and Bonnie Bop contributed 1,000 channel points. Thank you for that. Wow. Another thing I just wanted to see. One of these days I should play as Belgium. I don't think I've ever actually played as them. I'd be curious to see how this differs from the vanilla Belgium, and whether there are any similar things like that's in there. In fact, I think that icon is even one I ordered. No. Is it? Not sure. That's a cool icon. That's one I ordered. Definitely. Yeah, I think that was the Antwerp fortifications. So they are using some of the icons I made. Cool. That one as well. And that one. I'm now desperately trying to spot some more. Like, that one's not. But it is a cool icon. That one is. Hey, it's my engine of the economy. FN Herstall, that's one I did. I mean, one I ordered. The artists made it, but... And Cockerill. And the diamond. Though I think that was the Congo diamond one. They've not used the Antwerp diamond one. Lion Roars, I did that one. Did that one, scrap the Flammenpolitik. It's the lion hugging the cockerel. The rooster. Don't think any of those. Or any of those. Cool. Yeah, I definitely need to play as Flanders Wallonia one of these days. Onwards! And we get another vote. Another vote. Another event. Which might well be a vote. You never know. Gone with the Wind. First released in July 30th, Gone with the Wind is sought to the top of the national bestseller list. A fictionalized account of the experiences of a character named Scarlett O'Hara. The novel follows her life from the ages of 16 to 28. Set in Clayton County and Atlanta, Georgia, the novel covers O'Hara's life as the Civil War engulfs the South. O'Hara struggles to maintain her lifestyle as the daughter of a wealthy plantation owner, juggle the social expectations of both her class and agenda, and balance it with her own personal happiness and fulfillment. Filled with family drama, salacious controversies, and genuine emotion, the book has become an instant hit. It must be admitted, however, many of the progressive, socialists and liberals, reviewers and not, have pointed out, both North and South, the tale is filled with default assumptions of loyalty of both the enslaved and freed peoples, endorsement of white supremacy, and the idea that women are content in subordinate roles and not to men. Either way, it cannot be denied that the book already, after a single month, has a stranglehold on the American popular memory of the Civil War and American literary history broadly. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. What version do I run this mod on? Most recent. Shipyard funding scheme. By Bon Songkram's coup d'etat, the recent Siamese revolution, while outwardly successful, has seen its popularity plummet. Taking advantage of the controversial yellow-covered dossier, the nickname of the proposed plan to overhaul the nation's economic systems and nationalise many industries, a Red Scare was whipped up. Businesses collapse. When people do not have jobs, they do not have money. When they do not have money, they do not spend it. Such is the vicious cycle of recession and depression. The spending power of consumers plummeting, businesses become less and less able to turn a profit. A weak decade during the Depression means that few smaller businesses have the reserves to maintain operations while in the red, and banks are understandably reluctant to loan money while massive lines of people wait outside their doors to withdraw their savings. Business failure has been an epidemic part of the Depression. Black Monday has once again brought it about in full force. Small businesses are the worst hit, with many closing their doors or even going bankrupt. In turn, their employees have returned to the great and growing mass of the unemployed, further fueling the vicious cycle of today's economy. As unemployment shockingly begins to return to the nadir of 1929, the Depression has further fueled political radicalization. Unemployed workers flock to the SPA as well as the unemployed union to the IWW. Small business owners seeking lower labour costs to stay afloat have militarized into far-right paramilitaries, openly battling strikers in the streets. Farmers riot and smash up banks, who, desperate to keep their finances in order, have foreclosed on widows' farmsteads for a quick buck. It's all spiralling down. I think the Great Depression is now maxed out. Yeah, 100% consumer goods. Which I have a feeling we already had, and yet we are still producing things. Right, that's just consumer goods factor. I would still think that 100% would... Why hasn't that? "77% of our civilian and military factories need to produce consumer goods now. It means we're losing 170 civilian factories to that. The shipyard funding scheme. The Barclay Plan has led to two major shipbuilding companies vying for a federal contract. One in New York City and the other in Corpus Christi. Both would mean a large number of jobs for the area and would be a boon for our control over the region. The problem is that word of the contract has gotten out, and whichever city we don't choose will likely be outraged, giving strength to the longest of the SPA in the region. So is this either going to go to New York City or to Corpus Christi? Where are we going to build this shipyard? You know what to do. Get your votes in. With all this text, Kaiserreich really needs to add a voiceover, have someone read it all. There is a lot of text. I respect it as a labour of love, but this is insane. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, kind of like Germany, they've gone a bit over the top on it. There's a balance, and recent Kaiserreich updates, they really haven't got that balance right, in my opinion. Like, I like the events that are tied to focuses. Focuses are what are supposed to drive the narrative of what you are playing, not events driving the focuses. And at the moment, you kind of have both, and it's just overwhelming. It's not as bad as Germany. I think that Germany's was worse for this, but there's a lot. Because whereas this, you're getting like an event, and then a break, then an event, and then a break. Germany was like event, 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 and all about the same thing. It was just you're reading a novel. Alright, so the votes are in. And New York won out. Ben contributed 1,000 channel points, thank you for that. So we're going to build in New York. Socialist Party loses political power, the longest gain it. Greatly gain. And that is all of those done. So we could start going after the Canadians now. As seems to happen when there is a weak government in power in the USA. After the British Revolution, to avoid mothballing the remaining Royal Navy, the Canadian government docked many formerly British ships in American ports at discounted docking rates. The question of payment for this service, however, has remained a sore spot in American politics. While it's unlikely Canada could repay all of their fees right now, demanding repayment will appease isolationists in Congress, whom we believe will join the political fringe if they are not appeased. Military reforms. Since the Spanish-American War, the United States has not been involved in any major military conflicts with anything resembling a peer adversary. Having stayed out of the European War, the US military severely lacks on-the-ground experience, with post-1919 reforms having relied on a distant analysis of the war in Europe. With the Great Depression having led to several significant cuts in military funding under successive administrations, this has left our military forces in a rather sorry state, with more experimental sections of the armed forces, such as armour and air power, suffering the brunt of austerity. Chief of Staff General Douglas MacArthur has faced much backlash for his implementation of Washington's budget cuts. His cuts to armoured development in particular have gone down poorly with innovative officers such as Ralphie Jones, who support a focus on armour similar to that of the British Army. Another group increasingly dissatisfied with MacArthur's leadership is the US Army Air Corps. The USAC innovators have called for an independent Air Force, a call unlikely to be heeded under an austerity regime. Additionally, the USAAC radicals have raised eyebrows at their notoriously progressive politics and radical education program. At the Air Corps Tactical School, Marxist economics are taught in conjunction with radicals' own industrial network theory, and progressive theories of humanitarian bombing hold much sway. The Navy, meanwhile, wrestles with an increasingly ageing fleet. With little money for new shipbuilding projects, the Navy is left mainly focusing on doctrinal reforms which underline the service's importance as a potential war against Germany, Britain, or most likely Japan. Faced with demand for reform in the military, MacArthur has announced a plan to overhaul the old core area system in the wake of a War Department study. Though this is unlikely to be completed before next year, jockeying for key postings has already begun. Progressive allies of Generals James K. Parsons and Smedley Butler have concentrated in the north and the Midwest, while more conservative and reactionary officers, including the infamous Butcher of Mingo, General George Van Horn Moseley, have taken more southerly postings. Though this division would probably have been avoided, it is difficult to avoid the growing cliquism that is underlying military politics. So here is a really good example of what I was just talking about. You could either do this as this is It's like show, don't tell. This is telling me stuff. It's not showing me it. I think that a better way of doing this type of event would be to have the military reform as a focus. And then you can choose, all right, I can start to work on the austerity against the army, the navy, or the air force. Maybe even make a decision system out of that, where you pay political power and you're slowly undoing the austerity as you invest more into them. Or you basically choose which one you're investing in and then how much political power you want to spend on developing them. Over time, the austerity is reversed and you re-establish your military. Then similarly, it's got the different people here with the different objectives. Fine, make them mutually exclusive objectives in the focus tree. Then you can say, all right, if you go with Parsons, then you do the progressive stuff. If you do Butler, then you go this stuff. If you go with Mosley, then you get these things. Like, there's a better way of putting this information across than just a block of text. House 1 street over from yours just blew up an hour and a half ago because of a gas leak. Oh, damn. Are you doing alright? I wouldn't give your address away, though. Might want to delete that. This is the internet, after all. We need to get our house in order. Alright, onwards. 1936 Dublin Olympics. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in Dublin, Ireland. Dublin? Oh, that's changed. This used to be the Berlin Olympics. Showcasing the capital of the young republic, the Games have proven a large source of pride for her. Once again, French and British delegates have been absent, the syndicalist powers unrecognised by the International Olympic Committee, and exile governments lacking men to lend. German and American athletes have seen some of the most success, closely tied with 27 and 26 medals, while Irish athletes performed above average, winning 9. Cool. And there's the German-East Asia War. Indochina declares independence. After the Weltkrieg, Germany seized French Indochina, but stability wasn't restored until Germany crushed the South China Revolutionaries in 1926. The divided South. You're in shock, but you're doing great. That was the house number of the house that blew up. Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that you're safe at least. With Huey Long's selection of Burton K. Wheeler as his vice presidential running mate, the question of the direction of the Long campaign was seemingly settled. Long's rhetoric against the bankers, elites and big business would not be toned down, and the radical measures of share our wealth would be placed at the forefront. Several groups within the Long camp found themselves dissatisfied with the developments, however. Though the very northern businesses which Long attacks have taken to financing his campaign as a bulwark against socialism, they have grown increasingly uncomfortable with Long's radical rhetoric, with some commentating that he is little different from the socialists who they support him against. Electoral, however, it is not this group that most concerns Long. For most of his career on the national stage, Long has sought to ride a coalition of western and southern states to the White House. Though Wheeler has secured the West for Long more strongly than ever before, the South appears to be the weak link. Never comfortable with Long to begin with, several southern Bourbons have distanced themselves from the campaign, emboldening anti-Long liberal and conservative elements in the region. Perhaps more notable, however, has been the opposition of Governor Eugene Talmadge. Talmadge, spurned by Long in the vice presidential selection process, has attempted to assemble a grassroots convention in Georgia to nominate him for president on yet another Democratic breakaway ticket. Despite the tepid backing of the DuPonts and other northern industrialists, these plans have fallen through and Talmadge has given up his efforts due to a lack of support outside of Georgia. Nevertheless, despite Talmadge's failure, the campaign position in the South remains tenuous. The rejection of Talmadge has had the unintended side effect, however. Northern African American voters have expressed increased interest in Long's campaign, a small but crucial bloc that may help in the north. The south, however, has turned into a hotly contested battleground, as the children of the Democratic Party tear one another apart. Ah yes, the African American voters, aligning themselves with the Ku Klux Klan. I can't imagine how that could go wrong. Sven Oku in Bulgaria. The Tsardom of Bulgaria, one of Germany's allies in the Weltkrieg, has been seen as the stable hegemon in the Balkans for the past 2 decades. In truth, however, the nation has withdrawn to internal affairs, going from political crisis to political crisis. The Showa Restoration. Reports from Tokyo for the past few weeks have been scarce, but now few can doubt that Japanese democracy is dead. Following the failure of the government to crack down on the nation's nascent syndicalist movement, conservative officers conducted a coup d'etat, ousting the prime minister and establishing a military dictatorship. Oh no! The Lion of Idaho roars. Though considerable press attention has been on the latest scandals affecting the floundering Democrats and the latest bout of violence triggered by the longists and the leftists, the Republican Party has been hard at work trying to build a workable electoral coalition for November. Balancing their conservative, liberal and progressive wings, the selection of a progressive ticket has not stopped them from attempting to appeal to a disparate selection of voters across the country. Republican campaigners have been knocking on doors, soliciting funds from businesses, large and small, blasting the Smith administration for its incompetence, blasting the Long for corruption, and stoking fears of socialist revolution. This is hardly Borah's first campaign, of course. An experienced political operator, Borah has made himself a major power broker in Republican elections in the 1920s, despite his hatred of both the intrigue and the tobacco, making him a poor fit for the literal smoke-filled backrooms. An energetic campaigner and seeking to recast the Republican Party as a progressive one, he has worked to expand his reach from beyond the Great Plains, shoring up GOP strongholds in the north and the west. Still, with competition intense and violence escalating, one has to wonder if this will be enough. The establishment may have locked ranks behind him on the national scale, however, many local political machines have locked out aligned candidates on the down ballot. His attempts at winning over Farmer Union and Union Party voters, and his party's attempts to woo disaffected Democrats have only had limited success. It is clear that this will be a long and hard-fought campaign. Olson gains on Long in the Plains. Conservatives topple the Baltic government. Breaking news from Riga: Friedrich von Samson Himmelsterner has been forced out of the United Baltics Premier after a month-long Conservative campaign to unseat him. His ouster is the climax of a protracted standoff that saw his government largely paralysed by the opposition. However, under the duchy's political system, only the largely neutral Duke Adolf Friedrich can actually remove the government, leading to a protracted war of attrition between the two camps. As of now, the conservative knighthoods in the Baltic German nobility have reasserted control over the duchy. With recent unrest seeming to pass, the knighthoods have begun to eye the devolution of power to them as a means of nationalising the duchy's government. So we've got the United Baltic Duchy with the knighthoods taking over. You have all of the music for Hoi 4. Nice. Macho wants me to drink some tea. Thank you. I've really slowed down the pace of my reading this stuff, and it does seem to help. Not putting quite as much emphasis into things. And on that note, when Floyd Olson ran for president in 1932, many had doubts about whether or not the candidates would be able to win any states beyond his home state of Minnesota. He soon proved them wrong, polling extremely well in Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Iowa, Washington, and other Great Plains states, and even notching several outright wins. The Farmer Labor Party is determined to maintain that momentum. This time, however, he is competing with Huey Long for disaffected anti-establishment rural voters, making his quest much harder as the two candidates enter into direct competition. Both have attempted to show up their populist credentials while showing their ability to work within establishment structures as governors, while seeking to avoid being implicated in various scandals dogging their campaigns. Whether it be their radical allies or their own histories of alleged corruption and political violence, Olson seems to be doing fairly well, holding his own over Long, who had the initial advantage. in peeling off voters from the Republicans and especially disillusioned fellow Democrats. Making inroads among progressive Republicans in the North with the help of the Non-Partisan League and making his way into the Democratic scene, things seem to be swinging his way. There are, of course, plenty more weeks left to go, however, and some within the Farmer Labour Party have criticised Olson's strategy, arguing that the Great Plains are considerably fewer electoral votes in contention. They bemoan the relative lack of attention in the grand prize of New York, and question whether or not Olson's time is being well spent. However, Olson and his allies defended their decisions, arguing that flipping the Great Plains would go a long way to ultimately winning the election, trusting the Farmer Labour has sufficient votes to win the Steel Belt. The Great Heatwave is over. Since June, high temperatures, like this stuff just doesn't matter. High temperatures have borne down on the people across the United States. After a historic cold season in the winter earlier in the year, Americans have been faced with historic temperature spikes. The first regions affected were the Northeast and the South. The brunt of the impact, however, was borne by the Midwest, which sweltered at temperatures often higher than 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Without any means to cool themselves, thousands died throughout the summer, which peaked in intensity in mid-July. The scorching heat, however, was not the only thing ailing the plains. A resulting drought has ruined harvests already impacted by the Dust Bowl and the Depression, pressing farmers in the southern plains even harder than they had previously imagined possible. Without crops to sell, even more farmers have been forced to the prospect of bankruptcy. Though the height of the heat peaked in July, August still sweltered for several states, including Texas and Louisiana. Only now in September has the heatwave truly started to subside. All told, over 5,000 deaths have been reported nationwide, as well as the lost livelihoods for many struggling farmers. With the depression raging on and the financial situation of a great number of people likely to deteriorate further, such a destructive weather event could not have come at a worse time. That's basically saying what happened again. Brooklyn Naval Yards. We can upgrade. And we were going to go with the torpedo damage reduction. Though actually I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the hit points, because that means convoys have more hit points. Which sounds pretty awesome. The other thing I don't particularly like about this is, I was going to say the lack of choices, but there have been choices, but they don't matter. Like, I feel like you should only really be choosing your leaders if you're actually joining that faction. Like, why do I, as the USA, have the ability to choose the leaders of all of the splinter factions? I don't get that. That's a bad decision. A peace deal has been signed between the German East Asia and Indochina, ending hostilities. Shots fired at Robinson! Shocking news has come in from Indiana today. Vice President Joe T. Robinson, of the Democratic nominee for president, was shot at while making a speech on the campaign trail with his running mate, Indiana's own governor, Paul V. McNutt. Though Robinson is not injured, a bullet struck Lieutenant Governor M. Clifford Townsend, the Democratic nominee for governorship, sending him to the hospital where he is in critical but stable condition. The assailant, local man Daniel Wares, was shot on the spot by Secret Service agents. Though Wares was seemingly a supporter of Huey Long, he is not believed to have had an organizational links to the radical or extremist political groups, having seemingly been rejected from joining a local Minuteman chapter. The investigation into the matter has come to the conclusion that Wares was a lone actor of the eclectic political views, motivated to shoot the vice president due to a general dissatisfaction with the Smith administration. All of Robinson's fellow candidates for the presidency have issued statements denouncing the attack and expressing relief at the vice president's escape from harm. This includes Long himself, who not long ago clashed violently with Robinson for the Democratic nomination. Nevertheless, the radicalizing effect of the rhetoric of figures... Motorbike? All of Robinson's fellow candidates for the presidency have issued statements denouncing the attack and expressing relief at the vice president's escape from harm. This includes Long himself, who not long ago clashed violently with Robinson for the Democratic nomination. Nevertheless, the radicalizing effect of the rhetoric of figures like Long is clearly to some degree at fault for the growing militarization of American political life. Not long after denouncing the assassination attempt, Long defended his support for the Minutemen, a group which has now been implicated in several political shootings in the election cycle. Decency dies a slow death. Mechanical computer. Belgian Declaration of Independence. Sick of German oppression and the disaster of Black Monday, Belgian independence movements throughout the country have been revolting and performing guerrilla strikes in the German army. Due to their own recovery, the German Empire has been unable to support Adalbert I to his fullest and let the situation escalate beyond their control. Adalbert. Oh, I guess they probably deposed Albert, the warrior king, if they defeated Belgium in the First World War. What do we want to go for? It is still 1936. We should probably go for AA guns. And last time we decided we should probably go for Rock Island, because artillery is supposed to do damage. Thanks everyone for the good advice you're giving in chat. Appreciate that. Basically everything that I would say myself. Yeah, I would say Italy or Germany would be the starting ones. Generally I suggest Italy, because you can do... Well, you start in a war in Ethiopia, so early on you get to learn how the military actually works. And it's a very easy war. It's pretty much... I'm not going to say impossible to lose, because I know people who have lost it. But it's very difficult to lose. And then also, if you do mess up during the war itself, then big boy Germany can bail you out. I feel like it was TNO that started with the whole text spam thing, but TNO was essentially a novel within the game. I have no idea why other mods started copying that. Yeah, TNO was more about the narrative, and it tied the narrative to what was going on in the game. This isn't. This is completely apart from it. And I think that's where my big issue with this lies. Like, we haven't even started in the elections. Well, I guess it's the run-up to the election, but it doesn't need to be this in-depth. And I have no control over it. Like, this has nothing to do with the focuses I'm doing. Like, when it was tied to the Garner-McNary bill and the passage of the bill, cool, made sense. Everything since then just hasn't, though. The Phantom. Having become widely popular since the 1890s, newspaper comic strips have established themselves as the widespread form of light entertainment among millions of American and foreign readers. Short comic stories featuring recurring characters have become ubiquitous in their nation's newspapers, notably in the Hearst papers, which were a key innovator in the format in the late 1800s. Though such strips were denounced by some as yellow journalism, their popularity has only grown through the dark years of the Depression. One recent newspaper in the field has a strip called The Phantom. The strip's titular protagonist is a costumed crime fighter who wears a mask and purple spandex, who relies on his wit, skill at gunslinging, and myth of his own immortality to battle in evildoers. Beginning as a daily strip in February, The Phantom has quickly grown popular enough to be serialised overseas, with the Australian Women's Mirror picking up the series. Regardless of what anyone might think about such silly stories, it can't be denied that the country could do with something to look forward to these days. Perhaps we could all do with a little cartoon fun. Spandex, they'll never catch on. The Indo-Chinese revolt succeeds. Oh dear. With the tenacity and fury of the Viet Minh troops driving German troops out of nearly all strategic points in the Indo-Chinese peninsula, the German Foreign Office finally agreed to meet the leaders of the rebellion and offered full independence to the entire land. There we go. We've demanded stuff from the Canadians, and now we need to make a decision. Do we want to reconcile with Canada, or do we want to tariff the living daylights out of them? And I think that this is such an important question that this needs a poll. You know what to do. Vote, vote, vote. Dombassos coming in with a 94-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support. Very much appreciate that. Thank you. Bit topical. Oh, I wanted to say so much more about this. But I feel like I already got a good dig at them with the weak governments go after Canada. I didn't need to double down on that. I've made my point. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Alright, and the vote is in, and was decided by 3 votes. Macho contributing 28,000 channel points. Thank you very much for that, Macho. Let's see, how did this actually go? Oh, in terms of lobbying, there was only 1 vote between them. In terms of the... they're not legitimate votes. In terms of the paper votes, as opposed to the lobbied votes, slightly ahead. And it is in fact a combination of those 2 things that made this one win. It's always interesting seeing who votes for what. Yes, I have the information. No, I'm not telling you. So we're going to tariff them. Because that just about won out. Canada refused to pay the docking fees, unsurprisingly, and thus, in return, our only option is to press punitive tariffs on the Entente goods imported into the US. That'll put some money in our coffers. Though repairing relations with Canada will take a long, long time. Canada refuses. Oh, now it comes through. The Canadian government has responded to the demand with a flat refusal. The fees, they say, were never meant to be fully repaid until the home islands were retaken. Even so, the refusal has done its job and fired up the isolationist elements of the American government. President Smith's government has the support it needs at the cost of relations with the Canadians. Oh, and we have some dockyards. We need to... oh, I never got the experience. You know what? This time... oh, I forgot how this game works. I can't change it independently, that's annoying. Just going to get some naval experience real quick. Should also do that with the aircraft, because I don't think I've done that this time around. You and you. There's some big changes to the way that carriers work coming in the next DLC, which I think we've already talked about, which is why I can say that there are big changes coming. I'm not going to say exactly what they are. I'm going to double check this now. I had to kind of remember how things used to work. Let's see, PDX for Dev Diary. That's E5. That's Y4. Today we look more at islands, carriers, and the changes to them. Yeah, I was fairly sure I'd seen that. Cool. Charles Lindbergh endorses Long. Charles Lindbergh, the famed aviator, has suddenly endorsed Huey Long's campaign. Born to his father, Charles August Lindbergh, an immigrant from Sweden, who later became a politician noted for his activism against American entry into the Great War, Charles was fascinated by motor transportation from a young age. After quitting college, he became an aviator and barnstormed around the American countryside, a pioneer in this new age of flight. He worked as an airmail pilot before quitting to begin designing the Spirit of St. Louis. Despite having considerably fewer resources than his rivals, Limburg became the first to make a non-stop flight from New York to Paris in 1927, a massive milestone in aviation. Even as he landed in Paris, circling the Eiffel Tower, a huge crowd of over 100,000 people came to greet him, dragging him out of the plane in jubilation. Limburg became an international sensation, with hundreds of songs written about him, and he received a hero's homecoming when he returned to New York. He spent the next few years making some contributions to science and aviation, but struggled against the strain of publicity. Hounded by the press both during and after his worldwide tour, Limburg and his family underwent further trauma in 1932 when his infant son, Charles Augustus Limburg Jr., was abducted and held for ransom. While his son was successfully retrieved and the kidnapper, a German immigrant, was apprehended, the publicity from the incident became known as the crime of the century, adding further attention to the intensely private Limburg. Limburg has spent the past year or so in Europe to avoid the spotlight, but his return and endorsement of Long have thrown him back into the public eye. A close friend of Henry Ford, a staunch anti-socialist and isolationist like his father, and a white supremacist, his political views have drawn controversy, but he remains popular amongst Americans. A useful idiot. Right, I was going to also make some convoys. And we'll use the survivability ship designer for that. Can I design a convoy with that? Yes, I can. Should make sure I actually do that too. I'm not sure I've ever remembered to do this. Interesting. Elections in Russia. The first democratic elections in Russia since Savinkov's death have been held. A few months of campaigning, they ended up in a victory for the PSR, and Vladimir Richter has been inaugurated as the president. Questions still loom for the Republic as Russia's politicians seek to rectify the mistakes that led to Savinkov's election and potentially deal with the pervasive influence of the military. The Jobless Party. From start to finish, the Democratic campaign for the presidency in 1936 has been a general and complete catastrophe. Having suffered a nearly fatal party split with Huey Long failed to win the nomination in a contested convention, the Democrats were left to run an unpopular holdover of an unpopular administration in Vice President Joe T. Robinson. Tied to the hip of Al Smith's record, Robinson has consistently failed to separate himself from the unpopular incumbent president, leaving the Democrats scrambling to recover any ground at all. The floundering Democratic effort made room for all other significant candidates competing in this election. Long very blatantly hopes to cannibalize the Democratic base and render himself the de facto Democratic nominee. The Republicans, meanwhile, seek to take the votes of non-socialist progressives and liberals, while Farmer Labour hopes to tear away Democrats' working-class constituents. The failure of the Democrats has also made room for other efforts, however. In Pennsylvania, Father James R. Cox, a Smith-supporting Labour priest with ties to the local AFL and CIO, has launched his own Jobless Party, on whose ticket he intends to run for president. The ticket has appealed to some Smith-supporting Pennsylvania Catholics as well as the unemployed, but it is not likely to be a strong effort. It is far from the only crow picking at the Democratic carcass, however. Instead, it's just another example of how much the Democrats have failed. We can't even win the people who like us. Social liberals lose some progress. Republicans win Serbian elections. Established at the end of 1925, the young Republic of Serbia has recently held the third national election in its history. Between Black Monday, renewed ethnic violence in Bulgaria, and creeping rumours of a shadow government in the military, the 1936 elections were made out to be the most contentious. Long's new enforcers. While militias have existed even before the American Revolution and played a major role in its history, the United States has not seen this degree of polarization and organization of its militias since the American Civil War over 7 decades ago. When Huey Long first called for new Minutemen, he might have simply been speaking rhetorically. However, the rapid proliferation of paramilitaries under his umbrella has seen them become the armed wing of his movement, brandishing converted weapons and stockpiling ammunition. They have become increasingly visible at Long's rallies. Some wonder if they have become such a force in their own right that even Long is unable to fully control them. If that is indeed the case, he has made no indication of it or any regret for their formation, frequently praising them in his recent speeches. Their evolution has been rapid. The initial paramilitaries were loosely organized, even rival brands, begrudgingly sharing a label led by unstable radicals of dubious past engaging in small-scale skirmishes. Though still not quite as unified entry, Minutemen closer to the Union Party centre have developed a more formal hierarchy. Their commanders, often respected military veterans, have turned the Minutemen into a dangerous fighting force, albeit still unable to contend with a conventional army, terrorising leftist gatherings, violently breaking up strikes and protests, and staging increasingly well-planned raids in the Red Guard. There have been political consequences for long, however. While some moderates accept the violence as necessary bulwark against the socialist revolution, many others have been turned off by the militarisation of the Union Party. As the worst atrocities of the Minutemen make it into the papers, Long is faced with a reckoning. Continuing to allow them to operate autonomously would leave some plausible deniability for Long, but be a liability in the long term. But some doubt if he can even tighten the leash at all. So, what do we think? Are we going to try to leash this thing? Or are we going to leave it autonomous? You know what to do. This mod needs to come up with a warning to streamers whose voice might be damaged to engage with this product. I'm increasingly coming of the opinion, because you're doing so much for the different factions, that they should have used a system like the Soviets in vanilla, and early on let you choose which group you're going to try to support. Whether you're going to go with Long, whether you're going to go with Reed, whether you're going to go with Borah or whoever, and then have the others AI controlled. Like, we have the ability to do that. And then you only need to worry about the story of your own, and then you can just get news pieces from what's happening with the others. Okay, votes are in. Leave Them Alone came in with 30% of the vote, meaning that Tire Leash is in first place. Okay, so leashing them is Nat Pop. Autonomous is authoritarian. But I miss out on all of the lore. Frankly, I don't care. That's what the news things are about. The news things are about giving you the highlights. So you only care about the faction you're actually playing as. The young Bull Moose, the vice president, rarely receives much attention on the campaign trail, but Quentin Roosevelt might be an exception. The youngest son of President Theodore Roosevelt, Quentin grew up in the White House, where he was a notorious troublemaker. He soon grew into an intelligent, thoughtful young man, attending Harvard University and becoming a noted writer. He also married prominent socialite Flora Payne Whitney, a descendant of Cornelius Vanderbilt. Trained in the ROTC in 1916, Quentin largely disliked the experience, but even after graduation spent some time in the military and helped them develop a new military air wing. Quentin inherits his father's political legacy. Theodore Roosevelt Sr. was a prominent liberal Republican at the turn of the century, famous for embracing progressive movement policies at home and adopting an interventionist foreign policy abroad. Disgruntled with his successor, William Taft's conservative policies, he attempted to run for a third term in 1912 at the helm of the Progressive Party, dubbed the Bull Moose Party, after Roosevelt boasted he felt strong as a bull moose. Despite his loss at the 1912 Republican Convention, the Bull Moose Party has long since disintegrated. The Roosevelt political legacy has not. Quentin leveraged his father's name to help him win the 1932 New York gubernatorial election, bringing the Republicans back into power in Albany. His implementation of progressive policies has made him a young standard-bearer for the liberal wing of the Republican Party, helping shore up the party support from the left. Great hope for the GOP? So far I am liking the Republicans most in this, which is a phrase I never thought I would say. Because then we have Borah and Quentin. Seems like a decent combo. Closing arguments. When elections come to a close, they end as an orchestral crescendo. Every candidate seeks to make their core message as widely known as possible, to capture every last undecided voter, to consolidate in the states where they are expected to do well, and make a final push in the states which are still up for grabs. This year, of course, is different only in scale. 4 viable candidates campaign for the presidency, each with interweaving regional and political bases. The chaos of the 4-horse race has allowed voters to cast their ballots without much regard for spoilage or strategic voting. As such, both the Democrats and the Republicans are being forced to fight tooth and nail to keep their voters in line. As the campaign nears its conclusion, the Republicans have put their young, bright face, Quentin Roosevelt, front and centre. A nationwide tour has seen the GOP recover some of the slippage in the polls, as Roosevelt's charisma and boyish charms make up for any shortcomings at the top of the ticket. In recent months, meanwhile, the Farmer-Labor campaign has increasingly been staffed by Socialist Party cadres, who have pushed the party's messaging in a more radical direction in spite of the wishes of the convention. Similarly, Huey Long's campaign has become more and more militant, as the Minutemen briefly lay down their pistols and rifles to go pamphleteering for the Kingfish. Where the other 3 parties are rising, the Democrats are stalling and falling. Though Vice President Robinson is an impassioned speaker, 8 years of unpopular Democratic rule has made the party's brand poison, especially for a man so closely tied to Al Smith. Clausewitz says that war and politics by other means. On the campaign trail, the opposite might be said to be true. As in war, each campaign seeks a decisive blow, a through line, a winning message. As things stand, no breakthrough seems likely in the closing days of the campaign. We await the people's decision with bated breath. We have nothing to do but wait. So at the moment the Republicans are in the lead. However, the Unions are in second place. And then Farmer-Labor Progressive branch in third. Although a fairly distant third. This really seems to be between the Republicans and the Union. And we have some more dockyards. We do have the political power, the naval power now, to actually design a new destroyer, which I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of you. Keep that, get rid of that, keep you, downgrade you to level 1, get rid of you, and we're going to make you Norfolk. We're going to call you the escort class. I'm going to give you the sub-hunting icon. Save. Right, then we should start actually producing some escort class destroyers. Foundation of the Belgrade Pact. Serbia, Romania and Greece, the 3 Balkan members of the Entente, all with revanchist views of their own, have recently gathered to a common table of negotiations and announced the beginning of the Belgrade Pact. While this pact puts a lot of focus on cultural discussion and preserving Balkan identities, it's also a military alliance between the participants. Maritime workers on strike. As the nationwide strike wave precipitated by worsening economic conditions continues to spread, militant labour organisations have been further emboldened to strike in key industries. The turn from October to November has seen a substantial upflare in industrial struggle in the maritime industry on both coasts. In the West, CIO heavyweight Harry Bridges has sought to maintain the gains and replicate the successes of the massive 1934 West Coast longshoremen strike, which culminated in a general strike in San Francisco. Bridges has united his International Longshoremen Association with Harry Lundberg's Sailors Union of the Pacific under the banner of the Maritime Federation of the Pacific, which has now brought all shipping on the West Coast to a halt, with both longshoremen and sailors refusing to work. On the Gulf Coast, parallel developments have been led to the emergence of the Maritime Federation of the Gulf Coast, a union inspired by Bridges and Lundberg's organisation. Rejecting the AFL's International Seamen's Union, the SPA-influenced unionists have initiated a wildcat strike. Compared to their West Coast counterparts, the Gulf Coast strikers have struggled with law enforcement and maintaining racial solidarity, though both coasts have seen significant incidents of violence against police and Yellow Union officials. The total shutdown of West Coast shipping is certainly the most concerning impact of the latest strike. The potential impact on food supply chains in particular is of grave consequence, though any impact is unlikely to be felt before voters go to the polls. The same cannot be said of the industrial conflict that's been brewing throughout the past year. Strike season gets worse. Is that because I changed my ship stuff? I don't think it is, but it feels like it is. Minus 38% production efficiency cap. Are we still producing anything? Yeah, we are. Mostly because of the basic machine tools. Alright, so Entente tariffs have been raised. We have now completed all of these. So I guess we'll start on the War Department expansion, though we should be having an election soon, TM. There it is. The 1936 election. Throughout the year, the American people have been waiting for the election with bated breath. Some have been eager to finally be able to express their full dissatisfaction with the current state of the country, to tear down the current administration and bring about a new dawn by electing their preferred candidates of change. Others have fearfully awaited the likely consequences of a contested and violent election, likely to be the peak of growing radical political activity which has dominated the headlines this year. Americans this year have come to the polls in droves. Turnout has increased compared to 1932 by over 7%, driven by increased participation of women and the working class voters. Incidents of violence at polling stations, both towards political opponents and poll workers, have been reported in numerous locations, particularly in the socialist-dominated northern municipalities where Red Guards and Minutemen compete with ferocity. However, it's not been as overwhelming an issue as we might have feared. With most states using the secret Australian ballot, the effects of voter intimidation has been reflectively limited. In any case, as Americans go to the polls, we await the results with a great deal of anticipation. While it's quite likely that the election will end without a winner on election day, just as it did 4 years ago, we can hope beyond hope that this election provides some resolution to the country's political ills. No winner. As the votes come in, it quickly becomes clear that none of the 4 major candidates had a decisive advantage. Long, the Republicans, the Farmer Labor each captured their safe states. The Republicans won Upper New England and Indiana decisively. Long swept the Deep South, and Farmer Labor won a stretch of states from West Virginia to North Dakota. The real story of the night was the complete collapse of the Democratic vote, appearing to fall to 4th place both in popular and electoral vote. The Democrats struggled to win beyond their safest states, such as Virginia and Texas. Dragged down by 8 years of unpopular Democratic government, the incumbent party has collapsed in a manner scarcely predicted by even the most pessimistic observers. As the final votes come in, it is now clear that no party will win a majority of the electoral vote, with the Republicans and Farmer Labor contesting the top 2 places. Long and the Union... Wait, what? Oh, right, because they're a coalition. So 28% versus 22%. So yeah, they were second. The Republicans with 31, so they're still in first. And then the Democrats with 15. So yeah, they were quite a long way behind. With the Republicans and Farmer Labor contesting the top 2 places, Long and the Union Party in 3rd and the Democrats in 4th, a contingent election will now have to be held in Congress. The complete collapse of the Democrats, however, throws a wrench in the process. Since the Democrats fell below 3rd place, Joe T. Robinson will not be a candidate in the contingent election. Instead, the House of Representatives will be faced with the choice of the Republicans, Farmer Labor and Long. The continued strength of the Democratic delegation, however, means that the clearest losers of this election can still play a decisive role in electing the next president. These results are anything but decisive. Already Long has claimed victory in spite of his coming in a clear 3rd in the Electoral College. The popular vote winners, the Republicans, have called for calm and trust in the process, clearly expecting to win the House off an established coalition. In any case, we can know for sure that the election, indeed the country's political woes, will not be solved this November. And I think that's because the USA has first past the post, which means you need 50%. If we'd had any political power, could we have hired people to raise... No, there is nobody here that actually improves political power. Not political power, party power. In real history, the Democrats and Farmer Labor merged. The Minnesota Party is still officially called DFL. Oh, interesting. And House divided gets even worse. And we now have ticking support for syndicalists and national populists. And we are now losing one stability a week. Let's see if anything happens. Well, I guess we'll start doing more department expansion. The United States War Department has seen shrinkage over the last half-decade through austerity measures. Now it is vital that staffing be expanded and new innovators enter the department, ready for reform. Kaiserreich government in Germany. Kurt von Schleicher was unable to control the resistance of the Reichstag and handle the backlash of the economic collapse. So ultimately he was removed from his post. It was the right wing which benefited from his fall. The two conservative parties, the DKP and the DVLP, joined into the Schwarz-Weiß-Rot alliance and acquired a majority of the Reichstag. Ewald von Kleist-Schemsin, a non-partisan civil servant and conservative ideologue, was appointed as a compromise between the two conservative titans, forming the first conservative cabinet in Germany since 1924. Their despisal for the reformed constitutional order will certainly lead to attempts to undo the process of parliamentarization. I do love Kaiserreich stability. It doesn't run from 0 to 100, but from negative 100 to positive 100. Yeah, I really like that too. Same with political power. Accusations of fraud. The indecisive election results have left no party satisfied, with many devoted partisans, particularly from the radical parties, fuming at their candidates' failure to win decisively. Allegations of foul play and systemic rigging of election results have entered the public discourse. Across the nation, claims that local or state or even federal authorities have manipulated the results of the election have grown louder and louder, yet another symptom of collapsing faith in America's institutions. The Socialist Party has used reports from their poll watchers and numerous instances of attempted discarding of Socialist and Farmer Labour ballots to claim a systemic, nationwide undercount of Farmer Labour votes. They have also denounced the suppression of the African American vote in the South, a fact of life since the end of Reconstruction, claimed that, had Southern blacks been able to vote, they would have delivered several states to the Farmer Labour column. Huey Long, meanwhile, has thrown around numerous claims regarding vote manipulation, claiming Republican and Socialist municipal politicians cost him hundreds of thousands of city votes. Long has sued numerous states for recounts of their ballots. Such claims seem rather hypocritical, however, when accounting for the infamous practices of his own machine, as well as the Democratic machines allied with him, such as the Pendergast machine in Kansas City. Though lawsuits surrounding most claims of fraud are unlikely to hold up in court, the very fact that such claims are so commonplace is a dire sign for the legitimacy of American elections. If millions of voters will not accept their candidate's defeat, how can we have a stable and civil political culture? Fear and loathing in New York. As the aftermath of election continues to unfold, the myriad disputes and contestations surrounding the results have grown in intensity and stakes. What has emerged as by far the most significant electoral disputes has been the surrounding of the election for the governorship of New York. In a tight three-way race, the Democrats, Republicans and Farmer Labor have all claimed victory, demanding recount of various batches of votes they suspect to be fraudulent. Incumbent Governor Quentin Roosevelt was, at the beginning of the year, widely expected to win re-election handedly. His selection as the GOP's nominee for vice president, however, ended his bid for re-election, resulting in an open race for the Republican nomination and the governorship. The new Republican nominee, famed urban planner Robert Moses, holds more conservative positions than Roosevelt. His comparative conservatism allowed the Democratic nominee, former Governor Herbert Lehman, to make a play for the non-socialist progressive vote. The race was rounded out by the Farmer Labor candidate, SBA official Benjamin Gitlow. Though the New York Farmer Labor Party includes many non-socialist progressives, its largest component is by far the New York Socialist Party. Gitlow, a protege and close ally of John Reed, has, in spite of its radicalism, compared to figures such as former Labour Mayor of New York City, Fiorello LaGuardia, cornered to the Labour vote and effectively mounted a competitive bid for the governorship. Though few could predict how close the race would turn out, fewer still would have expected a three-way tie. All three parties have claimed victory, and numerous recounts in key counties have been ordered. As things stand, our advisors expect Lehman to pull ahead, based on the numbers available to us. However, it appears unlikely that Socialists will refuse to concede no matter what any court orders. It appears likely that Socialists will refuse to concede. Sorry, I misread that. ANI wins the Italian election, and there's the Spanish Civil War. We're not even out of 1936 yet. We've been going for 5 hours, I want to say. Because the first stream was 3 hours, but we had the abortive start when the events didn't work. So yeah, I think we've been going for 5 hours and we've gotten 11 months in. The Italian Republic has been under the protection of Austria since the Italian Civil War ended 15 years ago. After Black Monday, however... No, it's 4 hours. I can't count, because yeah, we would have lost an hour first of all. That stream was 3 hours total, so it's 2 hours, plus the 2 we've been doing now, 4 hours. The Italian Republic under the protection of Austria since the Italian Civil War ended 15 years ago. After Black Monday, however, Austria withdrew most of its influence and military from the nation, and left the Italian Republic to deal with their economic troubles themselves. In order to gain more support for the Parliament to deal with Black Monday as they saw fit, the ruling Liberal Democrats under Ivanhoe Bonomi called for early elections. These elections concluded the election of the anti-Austrian Associazione Nazionalista Italiana. The new Prime Minister Costanzo Ciano stated today in a speech in Milan that nothing shall ever stand in the way of Italy's greatness, and Black Monday was the direct cause of vile Austrian interference in colonialism, which will be eradicated by the new legions of Italy. So, fascists? Yes. Change the colour of National Populist. It used to be brown. Now it's green. I don't remember seeing that event. Like, the events I'm reading are the ones I don't recognise. Because I haven't read them before. The ones I do recognise, I tend to read a paragraph or two and then we're like, you know what, I recognise this. Ever since the defeat of Napoleon, Spain has been plagued by violence, dissent and turmoil. No amount of pleading, deal-making and appeasement has managed to do more than paper over the cracks as tension bubbled. Like that one, definitely read it before. Mustafa Kemal has been shot. Grand Vizier and celebrated war hero, the leader of the OHF, Mustafa Kemal Gelibolu, was shot earlier today in Erzurum when speaking to a massive crowd gathered to celebrate his recent reforms. The Conservative Coalition. If anything can be gleaned from the election results in November, it is that the conservative politics of the Smith administration have been utterly repudiated by the American voting public. All three candidates who are eligible to be elected in the contingent election campaigned on the platform of change, be it moderate in the case of the GOP, progressive in the case of Farmer Labour, or populist in the case of Long. Robinson, the candidate most representative of the continuity, was soundly crushed both in the popular vote and the Electoral College. Nevertheless, Conservatives in Congress have not taken the setback lying down, bracing for a political environment that, in any case, is likely to see substantial attempts to affect change in American politics. Conservatives in both the Democratic and the Republican parties have met and formally discussed shared tactics going forwards. The result has now been dubbed the Conservative Coalition, an unofficial alliance united behind general conservative principles. The Conservative Manifesto, released by a Democratic Senator from North Carolina, Josiah Bailey, and co-signed by several Conservatives of both parties as a framework for the alliance, endorses sound financing, limited government intervention in the economy, and a conservative Labour policy as its core tenets. Both Farmer Labour and Long have denounced the new alliance as a haven for vested interests. Nevertheless, the new bloc is sizable and is already preparing to make life hell for any overly radical incoming president. The bloc has also taken the liberty of meeting with several figures of national importance, such as General Douglas MacArthur and the FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, to better assess the growing radical violence taking place nationwide. They're free to do their thing. Just going to stop the Navy's training if they still are. Because it always feels massively like cheating. If you can just infinitely train America's Navy and get a million experience. War Department expansion. Status of the US Army. The defense of the United States has always been an uphill battle. Stretched thin against the vast breadth of the North American continent, the United States Army has had little chance to distinguish itself throughout its 160-year history. It won the bare minimum of victories to maintain American independence during the Revolution and the War of 1812. It performed admirably against the corrupt regime in the Mexican-American War but half of those forces would prove the seed for the fledgling Confederate Army during the ensuing Civil War. More recently, the army performed barely adequately to subdue the heavily outgunned Spanish and struggled to suppress the half-starved Filipino insurrection more than 30 years ago. Prevented from joining in the Weltkrieg on either side, it suffered in both doctrine and technology, with very few tanks and a small air corps subsidiary to the ground forces. With the hobbled line that was the British Empire on the northern frontier and the syndicalist stronghold poised to the south, the US Army must be asked to defend the Republic from enemies within and without, and few agree if they are up to the task. Right, Mexico's syndicalist? Mexico is very syndicalist. Okay. Strike wave intensified. For over a year now, since even before the economic downturn of February, militant labour action has steadily grown both in intensity and scale across the country. The lack of any certainty of policy following the election has only intensified this trend, as the SPA and the CIO rabble-rousers proclaimed that the contested election will be used as an excuse for government's inaction on the economy and on protecting the right to organise. On both coasts, the maritime strike launched by I am really starting to struggle with this. Netherlands has joined the BNSM. Benelux Netherlands. Where is SAM? Oh, Dutch East Indies. I guess. Unless it's Benelux, Nederland, Samen. Which would mean Belgium and the Netherlands together. I've done... yeah, this is until India. I remember playing Dutch East Indies. You can get an absolutely massive navy. Is Sweden interesting to play in this mod? I feel like they are. I just can't remember what really happened in the Sweden game. I know I've played them. But it was a long time ago. Yeah, I don't remember offhand. I remember more about Finland and having a continual problem with manpower. And Norway with their civil war as well. Oh, China's become different colours now. Nanjing still fighting. Mingguang Insurgency, that's a new name. Aren't they usually South KMT or something? Why has that changed? BNSM, the Belgisch-Nederlandse Samenwerking, Belgium-Netherlands Cooperation Accord, is the name of the Belgian-Dutch Naval Cooperation. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, KO. I think I will have a drink. For over a year now, since even before the economic downturn in February, Militant labour actions steadily grown both in intensity and scale across the country. The lack of any certainty of policy following the elections only intensified this trend, as the SPA and the CIO rabble-rousers proclaimed that the contested election will be used as an excuse for government inaction on the economy and on protecting the right to organise. On both counts, the maritime strike launched by Harry Bridges continues its second month. Though the federal government has once again offered to mediate, both companies and the union have sought a decisive victory, with both sides being more militarized than in 1934. Minutemen and Red Guards clash in San Francisco and other port cities, egged on by both sides. In the east, tensions in the industrial core of the nation have once again flared up. William Z. Foster, the CIO's leading ultra-syndicalist and architect of the 1931 Great Steel Strike, has turned his attention to Little Steel, which escaped unionization in 1931, while US Steel was forced to the table. Now, after his near-fatal heart attack, Foster has re-emerged into the scene with a bang, hoping to reimpose a similar deal on the mine competitors. The strike has quickly turned violent, with several workers and paramilitaries dead. Nearby in Detroit, the UAW, accepted by the motor industry as a fait accompli after the success of the steel strike, has launched another round of industrial action against General Motors after General Motors announced plans to close down several factories. Intending to protect their members' employment, the union has rallied around leading figure Walter Reuter, who, in spite of his injuries earlier this year, has managed an energetic organising and picketing effort. Whatever the outcome of the election, the Labour train appears to be headed on a collision course with every established authority in the nation. We can only hope it will be halted by peaceful means. More strike season. Republican victory in Brazil. While certainly not an unexpected result, confirmation has reached us that the Republican Party will stay in power in Brazil. As expected. Oh, I have a focus. Focus. And I can only do the US Navy. The American Navy, an institution whose history is so deeply interwoven with that of the nation as a whole, has been in steady decline after years of neglect. No more! We must again turn our attention to naval affairs. Just checking I don't have anything else. No, I do not. 28 days, then I am done with the focus tree. Again. Radio, coup d'etat in Algiers. The thinly veiled military junta of Marshal Philippe Pétain has fallen to a coup d'etat led by one of his former allies, General Henri Mordac. First step towards democracy. Electoral College meets. Today, the various presidential electors from all 48 states met to cast their ballots in the presidency. In the United States, votes in presidential elections are technically not cast for the presidential candidates themselves, but rather for states of electors pledged to vote on behalf of their candidates in the legally binding election. Though usually a mere formality, the Electoral College has sometimes had significance beyond mere civic ritual. Though electors are generally loyal party men, they on occasion break with their pledges to vote for alternative candidates, becoming faithless electors. The careful vetting of candidates in this high-stakes election has precluded the possibility of any faithless electors this year. The Electoral College has voted in lockstep with what's expected of it. As such, we can now know with absolute certainty there will be no outright winner in the election. Instead, we will have to have a contingent election in Congress to separately elect a president and vice president, just as there was 4 years ago in 32. Although Al Smith and Joe Robinson rode relatively easily to re-election in the House and the Senate that year, due to the continued Democratic strength, this year things are much less certain. Though the Senate, which elects the vice president and is still dominated by the establishment parties, is likely to elect Franklin Roosevelt to the number 2 in the House, which elects the president, is a general mess, and few can predict the direction in which that wind will blow. New technology. It's a year ahead of time still. Solar robes. But still in 1936! Let's go with anti-tank guns. Militarist revolt in Paraguay. The situation in the South American nation of Paraguay has reached fever pitch as the government of Jose Felix Echevarria has finally collapsed in the wake of failed policy programs. More coups? My world. Concentrated Industry 1. Let's go with improved machine tools. Don't really need the extra industrial capability. We seem to be losing influence. The British, the Japanese are gaining. Actually surprised how much the British are gaining now. On to Al Smith. The American economy has its ups and downs. The narrow avoidance of total collapse of the US banking sector in 1929 facilitated a few years of modest recovery, before the Kreditenstalt collapse of 1931 sent the country back into recession. As Smith won re-election, a slow and arduous climb back to relative normality followed in his second term. For a moment it appears as if something resembling recovery might be at hand. The American people knew better than to believe. The dark days of 1929 have returned, unemployment inching towards new low of 13% at the beginning of the year. Unemployment inching towards a new low of 13% at the beginning of the year has surged back to 20% and is now rising at a faster rate than any previous point in the Depression. Bankruptcies and business failures have skyrocketed. Foreign trade has collapsed again. The progress of the Smith years has turned dust into the last days of office. In these days, hope has become the rarest commodity of all. Anger, however, is ubiquitous. Over a decade of failure has crushed confidence in America's political establishment. Right and left radical political forces have transformed politics from an elite and ungentlemanly affair into the domain of the mob and mass movement. Paramilitaries roam the street. This is not telling me anything I don't already know. Except that MacArthur is talking up. MacArthur is assured the President of the Army is well equipped to handle any paramilitary insurrection. Let us hope that this is less than a reassuring affirmation does not come to pass. I gotta be honest, I think I'm done. I am not enjoying this, and it is killing my voice. Keep looking at the time and just be like, is it 4 hours yet? Is it 4 hours yet? We're still in 1936. Kaiserreich, what are you doing to the game? So, what shall I do instead? Here's the next question. Read War and Peace for a break. It's probably lighter going. I feel kind of bad because I do appreciate all the work that goes into this, but they're just focusing on the wrong things. Slip started with Germany and just clearly has continued. Because I remember when Kaiserreich was known for just massive focus trees. That was fun. That allowed you to explore different narratives and do different things. They've massively cut down on the size of the focus trees. Now this is tiny in comparison. And instead just added pages and pages of text. Because here's the problem. I don't think I can play with just skipping the events. I want to know what's going on, but not to the stupid level of detail that they have right now. Tell me who the broad factions are, tell me what their broad objectives are, and then let me play the game. Which kills me, because I absolutely loved this mod in the past. But it stopped me playing for like a year after the Germany update, and honestly, this one just doesn't feel any better. I want to wait until the Command & Conquer mod has more content in Nicolinus. '36 is the pivotal year, Mordred. Yeah, for the past 4.5 hours. This has got another 9 days to go, which will bring us to the 30th of December. Talked about an Ambanar stream some months ago. Yeah, I'll be honest, this has melted my head. I really don't feel like doing Ambanar right now. Poll Twitch on what to do. I need to decide what the options are first. Because right now I'm just feeling kind of burned out. And that's not a good way to do a stream. So one game I did want to try was Farthest Frontier, which is a city builder. I don't own it yet, but I could easily buy it and download it. The reason I held off on that is apparently they're really close to a full release, although there is a beta of that release, which is what I would try. But I also kind of want to wait until it's actually released and then try that, because it looks good. Another option would be Mount Blade. I'm trying to remember where exactly I was on Mount Blade, because I know that I think in the Bretonnia game I was trying to decide whether I wanted to go independent or not, because I've now looked into how to do that and it is possible and feasible, and I think it would be a fun one to do with Bretonnia, to basically declare independence from Carcassonne and then try to effectively unite Bretonnia under my banner, which I think could be fun. Or we do one of the Empire games. Vampire Counts was too dark, unfortunately. I also tried to play Vampire Counts on my own, I just wasn't enjoying it. I did start another game. What was I doing with that? I did one with the express purpose of trying to establish my own kingdom. Or did I just continue the Warrior Priest game? Crap, I can't remember. Furthest Frontier is amazing, one of the best games of that kind. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos of it recently, like hyping it up for the new release. And it's looking really, really good. I think I'm going to do Mount Blade. I'm in a Mount Blade mood, and I don't have to talk as much. Maybe we'll continue this tomorrow, when I've had a bit of time to recover. But with just the sheer amount of text just burning my brain, I was seriously just finding it hard to focus. And I'm sure it was no different for you guys. Because I could tell even from like the way I was reading things, it was becoming monotonous. That's not fun. Probably makes sense to buy Farthest Frontier before it releases. I would assume the price increases after. It was on sale recently and I bought it. I haven't played it yet, though. Interesting. How much is it again? Just out of interest. £25. It is early access. It doesn't have an established release date yet. It's also not currently on sale. I think I'll wait, but I am going to keep an eye on it. Alright, Mountain Blade. It's loading. Oh, my drink supply. It's still going. Alright, so there's an advert about to start. I'm going to let that ad go. In fact, I might even make it a 3-minute one. And then I'll take a quick break, refresh my drinks, and then we'll go from there. See you soon. Damn it. I also need to change the title to show that I'm doing this. Played Bannerlord a lot. Recently realised the game will never be what I think it could be and what I want it to be. Oh, I realised that years ago. But mods can make it closer to what I want it to be. For example, what this one is doing. Right, we need to change the title. So we are now doing Mountain Blade. So this is the old arms. If I could type properly, that would help. Done. And then the YouTube. We'll edit that title as well. Except this is going to be a mixed stream. Let's do... Let's do Kaiserreich and the Old Realms. Make that the title. Save. Alright. Saved games. What on earth was my last game? What's that? No. This is a new character. It is a vampire. But it's not the vampire game, that was this one. I vaguely remember what I was trying to do. Basically what I wanted to do with this game was start my own kingdom. somewhere else, but I just wasn't enjoying how the vampires played. I think ultimately it's going to be either the Bretonnia game or the Warrior Priest game. I think it's going to be Bretonnia. And I think what we're going to do in that is try to spin off our own realm and then unite Bretonnia behind us. Modred can't type or count, but he can read. He's proven that. Touché. Can't wait for you to do the Command & Conquer Hearts of Iron mod later on. It's so good. Can't believe I'm in it. It's general. Nice. Team is very polite and respond to those who send in bug reports. That's always a good sign. Okay, so we are the ruler of the Castle of Bordelot and also the Castle of Libourne. We have a couple of party members.
Huzzah!
Let's remember how on earth this game works. So we can have up to 18 companions, which is good, because one of the problems we had in the Empire game is we just didn't have enough companion slots. Now, in this one we do. Yeah, we've even got a caravan, because I had sufficient people to actually start establishing caravans and stuff. And then we have 3 damsels leading armies. Rionel, Sophie and Cyclotrude. We have Libourne and Bordelot with their own armies. We have a tremendous amount of money. Good amount of influence. And chivalry. Though our chivalry at the moment is very low. We're currently at war with Mousillon, Aquitaine, and that's it, just Mousillon and Aquitaine. And then the decision I was trying to make was, where do we actually want to try to establish a kingdom? We can split away from Carcassonne and take Bordelot and Libourne with us. I'm going to turn the music down. I've been playing on my own, so it's loud. That's better. But that would mean that Carcassonne would end up hating us, and considering how close we and Carcassonne have been, I don't particularly want to do that. I think what I'm going to do instead is I grab an army of questing knights and grail knights, split off, declare war on somebody on my own, and take their castle. And then try to build up from there. The question is, who do we go after? So I do have 1 or 2 things that we require. 1, we need a Grove of the Lady nearby. Absolutely critical. Because we want the Grove of the... what's it called? The chivalry buff that gives us. And the other thing is we want to be in Bretonnian territory and probably not Mousillon, because Mousillon has some penalties if you're in this area. So then the question is, who do we go after? How big is our top? Are you just Martel? No, you have Leoness as well. And Sorel. The king, I'm fairly sure, is too strong for me. Kron. And all of this. We could go after Marienburg to try to take Hauptmont and Gisero. Oh, Paravon only has Persenk. We could go after Paravon. Yeah, that's actually looking like it might be the best option. And then we make Persenk our capital. Do you have any Shrine of the Lady nearby? I'm fairly sure that every major duchy has 1. I'm not seeing it. Oh, there! There! Yeah, you have 1 really close. I think that's it. I think we found our target. That's all they have. Okay, that's what we're going to do then. So I'm going to go to Bordello. We are going to the keep. We're going to manage garrison. We're going to drop off all the cheap troops. Keep the blades, get rid of you. Keep the foot squires, the yeoman wardens. Keep all of them. And what I'm after is you. Probably the Knights of the Realm. And then the Questing Knights. Knights Errant, rather. One thing we don't have is any archers. I want them. Let's get rid of the Knights Errant. And then we'll take the Villains instead. So we don't have a huge number of ranged units. But that would not be very chivalrous if we did. Right, now I just need to remember how to do the rest of this. Let's just throw in a quick save there. We'll call this Maud Brett pre-Indy. Damn it. Can do a space though. And then the question is, how do I get independence itself? I think... Oh, I can't do that while I'm leading an army, but that's easy enough to do. Disband. Leave kingdom. Relinquish all holdings. So Bordello doesn't like that. It's decreased a little bit, but generally we're still pretty good, okay with them. It's mostly the Chosen of the Lady who don't like us, and I frankly don't care. And because I'm not in a kingdom, I can't run an army. That's interesting. Alright, let's head over to Pasenk and prepare for this assault. Meadow. I don't need to heal anything, so let's go hunting. Locate extra animals, scouting. We're getting a bunch of meat and fur. Nice. You have a quest. What is your quest? Drought animals and art of the trade. You probably do both of those. Need to read all of the text. No, I don't. 25 cows. Fine. Art of the deal I should be able to just complete. And if I'm lucky, art of the deal is selling cows. That would be really nice. Art of the trade, sorry. This is not Trump.
Yours is not a face I know. What is...
Hardwood. I'm always happy to buy hardwood. Cheers, buddy. Oh yes, Palm Tree Life coming in with a 44-month resub. Thank you very much for that, Palm Tree Life. Much appreciated. Right. Cows. First of all, do I have any? I have enough! Yeah, I actually started collecting cows because of how often I was getting the need cows thing. And Stubbers coming in with a 73-month resub. Thank you very much for that.
Huzzah!
There we go. Job's done. Because I think you can get cows if you're fighting, ironically, beastmen. I'm not going to fight either of those. I'm going to try to keep my army intact as I head over to Paravon. Oh, you have a quest. What is your quest? Grottos. How many? Because I don't have as many cows anymore. What year is Mountain Blade set, and what is Mountain Blade?
It's been a while.
Those are two very different names, very different questions. Questions, you need 41 mules. Probably have that. Whether I have 41 is the question. If I... let's check. Okay, I have a lot of junk I still need to sell. I have 79 mules. I'm back here. Done. And now I'm maxed out on chivalry, which is even better. Because that is important, because it will mean that I A, have more morale, and B, my wages have dropped. So what is Mountain Blade? Chat, what is Mountain Blade? How would you describe it? And what year is this set? This is 2507. In Warhammer years. I need to talk to one of you.
Yours is not a face I know. What is your name, stranger?
Do I have a way of formally declaring war on somebody?
Yours is not a face I know.
Let me just see if there's a way of declaring war as an independent. I hadn't checked this far ahead. This is what game? Mountain Blade. Declare war as independent. Yeah, just attacking them. There we go. Declares war on Baston. There's 3 of them. They do actually outnumber us. That's not ideal. Oh yeah, there are 3 of them. Nine Knights Errant, 7 Knights of the Realm, 8 Knights of the Realm, 2 Grail Knights, 8 Questing Knights. Okay, so Lucas is actually the most dangerous here. And lots of peasants. I'm much less concerned about that. I forgot. Like, all of my support staff look like knights now as well. Oh, and we have the high ground. Huh. Well, that certainly makes things interesting. We have so few archers. Perfect. Loose formation, loose formation. Let's actually put the infantry behind the archers. Actually, this is a way better... The lady wills it. Did I get a new lance since you last saw? I'm fairly sure that this is one of the games I have continued to play, and I think I did get some new toys. Ping, 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 ping. Oh yeah, charge damage does a ton of damage. Oh, I forgot how fun the night is. Let's do that again. That was fun. Lance down. Ping, ping, ping. Ah, my charge just ran out. You know what I should do? Mess that up. Yeah, you can't really hurt me. Cavalry charge, no they are. No, don't move! Oh, you cheating bastards! Well, I've regenerated all the health I lost, so... there is that. Alright, let's go and murder their cavalry, because they're the only ones that pose any kind of threat. There's someone. Hello. Hello! Poke! 10 cavalry left. Oh dear. Oh! It is kind of annoying that they can just block like a charging lance with a parry. Parries don't work that way. Mordred bullying the small guys. I mean, I'm a Knight of Fretonia. It's kind of what we do. We're an expert of two things. Bullying the small guy and warfare. But mostly bullying the small guy. Alright, let's do another night charge. Let's come inside. No! Come on, get up speed, thank you. Bing! Out of my... damn it! Way! Glowing sword of death. Alright, I think we're basically done with this fight. Still one knight remaining who's probably a Grail Knight. 9 people of ours died though. Eee. And recruiting is going to be more difficult. Mount Blade is a medieval retinue tactical warfare game. There you go. Victory! I killed 36. I've got one more pole arms kill. But 9 did die, unfortunately. Captives. Yes, I'm definitely going to want to take you captive so that you can't raise armies against me. That is a lot of prisoners. I can take the lot of them, so I will. I can promote a lot of Knights of the Realm. What is my expenditure at the moment? Minus 67 upkeep in chivalry. So my current gain is 23.32. So it's roughly 30 a day. But the gap between Knights of the Realm and Questing Knight is fairly big. So how about I recruit, say, 5? Brings me down to 2,000. Masterwork Bretonnian Jousting Lance. That is an upgrade of what I have. I don't get many upgrades. Lovely. Knights of the Realm boots. No. Don't think any of this stuff's really going to upgrade. My people are already fantastically well equipped. So, do you want my lance? Where's that gone? Considering I have multiple. It is a bit longer, so yeah, actually, I think you do. And for you, at least, the boots are an upgrade. That's a 34, that's a 35, 34, back to me. Okay, just loot the rest. I do need to find a place to sell this stuff at some point. And what's your garrison like? 521 defenders. This is going to be a struggle. So maybe I do want more questing knights. Oh, they're part of Baston. Which is these guys. So I'm at war with Baston again. It's fine. Well, actually, that's better, because that gives me more options. I could go for Sood. Ooh, I like this more, actually. Let's go this way. Because then we're right next to the Grove of the Lady. And maybe they have less garrisons here. Nope, they have more. What about in Castle Baston? 900 defenders. Okay, so we're not going to take Castle Baston. I definitely want this to be a town, because this is going to be our capital. So I think that Pusenk is the only one that I can really realistically, without the ability to have an army myself, is the only one I can realistically go for. She would not go inside. With your Grail Knights and 3 questing knights. I might step back a little and just let you out. Come on. There he goes. Alright. Save! So this is going to be Mordbrett 50. Because what could happen here is they could come with a full army and attack me. And if this doesn't work, I'll probably have to go after a village. Building the siege camp. They built that very quickly. Yeah, they're going to summon an army, I think. So we kind of need to press our advantage here rather rapidly. So some of you guys... Maybe a time when I'm not going to have an engineer. Because I'm going to need somebody to be the governor of the city. Alright, so this has been taken. Do I want to start building siege engines, or do I just want to go for it? I think I have to. Let's build something a bit quicker. No, you know what? Cancel. Let's still go with trebuchets. Let's go with 2 of them. And hopefully that's going to be enough to destroy their catapults, although they have a lot of catapults. At the moment, this would just be suicide to attack properly. Thankfully, Baston is at war with a lot of other people. Move you to the reserve. I think I'm going to build... Let's order 3 of them. Ah, no. I mean, literally build. No. Will 2 of them be able to take out 4 catapults? I'm not convinced. Also, what happens if I run out of chivalry? Okay, you guys are one-shotting their catapults, but man, they are building them back again fast. Wait until I have at least the battering ram. I don't know. Do I wait until the siege tower's done? They're at least starting to starve. I think I wait for a siege tower. I don't think I'm going to wait for both because I'm very nervous about this. I need to at least destroy you. Thank you. Alright, we're going to attack. No, because we can wait until this wall is down. It's close enough. The garrison is also basically dead. Sod it, let's go. How bad would it be if I break apart and keep my holdings instead of going after the other? Well, it immediately puts me at war with Carcassonne. I quite like Carcassonne because I've helped them build up. So even though I'll have to kill them eventually, I don't want to do it right now. Didn't feel very honourable. Engineer. Oh, I do have... I have 3 engineers with me. Interesting. Just leading the army. Alright, get me inside. What would the battle cry of the new kingdom be? Oh, it's a good question. What do you think it should be? That's a very good question. Ungained and level, that's good. Not while I'm waiting for myself another drink. Don't mind if I do. I think I'm going to follow the battering ram when it's time. My engineers get any engineering skill for this siege? I'm not sure they did. Down with the elves is always a good one, but a bit too simple. Yeah, probably. Battering ram is basically in place. Oh, they're throwing rocks down at us. It's just rude. Burst in! See what you're trying to do up there, you sneaky sods. Oh! Something! Oh, it's nobody here. Nice try there, dude. Not gonna work. How dare you block me twice? You get to block me once! Anyway, we're in the castle now, so good luck. Hi. Bye. Hi. Bye. Man, I hit hard! This isn't even with charge speed or anything, it's just how hard I hit. Ooh, hello. Alright, this is my door and you're not allowed through it. Stop running away from me. Nah, they're faster than I am, but you lot aren't. Do I think any more reinforcements are going to come through? I kind of doubt it. I think so. Let's just heal ourselves up before we go any further. Not that Grail Knights are overpowered or anything, the fact that they're in super heavy armor and can regenerate. You cheeky bastard. Going upstairs? Oh. Was he there all along? Oops. 4 people left. 3. 2. 1. Victory! And I personally took down 29. Not too shabby. He was like, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Yeah, probably. You're now my prisoner. I will take all of the prisoners, as was pointed out to me previously. This is a castle. I can just immediately sell them. Yes. Or a town, rather. A Lordly Knight Great Helm. Hello. That's an upgrade even for me as well. Oh, Volgier. Are any of my people using polearms? I think the Huntsman might be. Hang on. Are any of these better for you? Nope. Yeah, you are. Oh, it's just mostly thrust damage. I'm going to give you the Squire Sword. It's only a 36 out of 40. That is also only a 36 out of 40. That is also only a 36 out of 40. Pusenka's mine! Show them mercy. Okay. Excellent. So let's put a save in here, because we just took our first town. The real question is, can I hold it? Yeah, that is going to be the big question here. Any reason the companions aren't mounted on horses? No. I've just been fighting so many Bretonnian armies that everyone looks like a knight, even though they aren't technically. Like, that's a damsel. Looks very damsel-like, doesn't she? That's an engineer. Yes, an Empire engineer. For Lady and Lance, that is a good one. He's my huntsman. With the Asarai Waywatcher bow, which is ludicrously overpowered. He's one of my actual knights. Arthur, only a knight, not a king. Mordred is the king, damn it! He's my foot knight. Engineer, and me. And the reason I was hiring so many engineers is because I want them as governors. And I just need to remember which engineer was which. Okay, several of you are actually leveled up. Let's go and deal with that while I'm here thinking about it. So you've gained athletics, Talbot. Endurance and loyalty, overburden, speed penalty. Well, endurance for you would be amazing, so let's get that. Sylvie has gained in medicine. My medic, that's very useful. Wounded troops do not decrease morale or recovery rates for each type of food in the party inventory. I have a lot of different foods in my inventory. I'm going to take that recovery rate. Especially as clan member death does not happen. And Brigand's gained extra polearm. You are a foot polearm because you're a huntsman. Oh! You have skills in polearm, but not two-handed. That's why you were using the polearm. Duh. Alright, I need to change that. Lanwin actually has a point. Lanwin has some engineering, but I feel like all of my engineers were learning engineering. No, Lanwin's my steward. Sorry, Luke K is my steward. And then Loopolt is the other one. He's full engineering. So I think that Lanwin is probably best positioned to be the governor right now. There we go. Okay, so we are currently building the Borah, which increases my influence. I really don't care about influence. Next up, you're doing aqueducts, which is prosperity. No. Next up, you're doing militia grounds, which is militia bonus. No. Honestly, I want you to do orchards so that we are more we're less reliant on food. I don't think I had any workshops, so I might buy them here. Did I have workshops, actually? I might actually have had workshops. Oh, I did, and they're all in Bordello. So I should probably sell all of these. It's fine. So we're going to go to the dungeon. did not mean enter, I meant manage. Come on. I'm going to chuck you in, you, and you. And the rest of you... Yeah. I'm going to send to the tavern. 100 roguery. That's me leveling up. What do I get? Better deals with ransom brokers for regular troops. And more prisoner limit. That's pretty good. Food consumption and recruitment rate for bandits. No, I think I'll take the manhunter. You better not be a manhunter. Well, I am. So there. We leveled up. Rinoel has leveled up. Rinoel... Are you my merchant? I feel like my army commanders... Oh no, Rinoel's commander. Began with S. But no, you are in fact an army commander as well. And Amanda's leveled up. In fact, a bunch of them have. Alright, so Rinoel, you are an army commander, so you probably want either stewarding, medicine, scouting, or tactics. Let's give you some medicine so people don't die as much. Loopolt, you are my master engineer, but I think I'm going to give you some stewarding, because I'm also kind of training you to be a governor. Nemandus, same thing, but you're even better. No, you are actually my steward, so let's get you more stewarding. Wounded troops in the party are no longer paid wages, which is pretty massive. If influence gained for donating troops. Having a big source of influence might actually be better than not paying wages. Money, not really a problem anymore. That's everyone. Okay. Next thing, I think I need to go to the Lord's Hall to talk to Lanwin, and I think that's how I establish my kingdom.
I'm at your command.
Time to reclaim a new kingdom, here we go. The language of our documents and our customary laws, who should we use? Bretonia. Our kingdom using Bretonian law would institute the following: feudal inheritance and castle charters. Very well. Now, what's the kingdom going to be called? What are we going to call it? Asking chat for names is hilariously unwise. Well, I have this great superpower. It's called I can ignore chat if I choose to. Mordy McMordface. I must admit I like the Duchy of Mordheim. Although we are not Empire, if we were Empire we could absolutely do that, especially as Mordheim's not actually in this map. I'm trying to think of ways to make it more French. Mordredy? Like Normandy? Mordabi. Mordelm. Mordelm's quite good. Mordville. Mordheim, hon hon hon. Where's Mastani when we need him? Mordany. I quite like Mordany. Yeah, Mordany. On the 16th day of winter, 2507, Mordred declared the creation of a new realm, the Duchy of Mordany. That's a lot of people dressed up as Grail Knights. And then my damsel, who conspicuously isn't. She's one of my generals. This is why I really need a way of actually arming my generals in better equipment. Okay. Très bien. Planned Norman. Shouldn't really be Norman. It should be Mordman. Except I think my name is actually Mordred. Yeah. Duh. Because we have Arthur as a knight and not the king. I'm the king! And actually, at this point... is there not a way of changing my name? Could have sworn there was. Change the kingdom name. I could change my surname. But apparently not my name. Is that done in here? No. Don't know. Anyway, I have a kingdom to run. So currently, we only have Pusank. We have a couple of active policies, and once we start generating some influence, I'll need to take a look into that. I can now actually establish armies, which is good. Because we're going to need to. Could buy the workshops here, that's true. But I don't know if I necessarily want Pusank to be my capital. I kind of doubt it. And workshops are a bit of a lost leader. So we declared on Chaos, on the Beastmen, Cult of the Broken Wheel, Cult of Illumination, Eternity of the Second Flesh, and Baston. Yeah, and while I'm the only noble, nobody can say no. Now, there are a couple of places that need quests done. I actually gained a bunch of chivalry for taking that. If I leave troops here... 7 garrison? Seriously? Alright, we're going to have some serious work to do. But if they're in my garrison and not here... Okay, so chivalry in the garrison is like a third of what I normally pay. That's a lot better. Alright, we need to go recruiting, like, seriously in a hurry. Oh my god, we're so slow. I need grain. Better be sure I have grain for you there, buddy. And I need to tell my fellow armies to be defensive.
I offer you my loyalty.
You want 192 bushels of grain. I'm fairly sure I carry it on me. Yep. There you go. Did I leave food in the city? No, I didn't. And I probably should. That's a good point. And now I have a decent amount of chivalry again, so things get cheaper. I should also recruit troops in the city here. Empire? In my Bretonian city? I also have a ton of stuff to sell. Pausing there for a second, because, yeah, I knew that would go negative. Let's sell everything that's worth Seriously? Up to 1,000? Hmm. Yeah, it's apparently a while since I last sold things. Close enough. Wait. You have lots of hardwood. How am I doing for hardwood? I have even more than you. And then I was going to sell some food. Oops. There we are. That should set you up. Yes. Food. Positive. So the garrison now shouldn't be dying. That's a big thumbs up. The other thing I do want to do is make sure that these orchards get built quickly. So let's chuck a couple of grand at you. Say 50. Why am I losing loyalty? Because they're starving. Governor's culture. We're the same culture. Oh, but Lanwin isn't. Ah, now that's going to be an interesting problem. Hmm. Okay, noted. Do I want to go and fight those beastmen? Probably. It's a good source of experience. Which is something we do need. Yeah. Even if we lose, I can kill these all myself.
We will trample your...
Companion armies. I have a feeling they're defensive anyway, because I think I do that by default.
Wait, the king!
Monitors. We're just going to be annoying to their archers. Clink. 800 damage. Nothing like a little overkill. Looks like we got this dead easy. Yeah. GG easy. Talbot got the final kill. Nicely done. I'm gaining influence for this too, which is actually something I'm really desperate for. Somebody leveled up. Sylvie in Spellcraft. Oh, nice. Librarian, gain double experience from reading books, which I don't think you can do. Learning spells for you would be nice. You are not a party leader, you are my healer, so you're never going to get those. Your librarian, make your spells cheaper. I should probably go and buy some more. Yeah, because you have the life thing. You also have the broken faith, so you can never use prayers. Before I go any further. Defensive. Defensive. And defensive, so no, in fact, none of them were defensive. Bunch of outlaws over there too.
We will trample your puny...
Uh-huh.
Under my command!
Landman resolved after the trade for Jerome and Surod. Oh! Right, because I have governors resolve things. Cool.
Wait, Faudre, oui, face the heat, you barreau.
Alright, a couple of you are now actually using shields. That's nice. Oh, what? I was expecting to be able to barrel through the lot of them, but no. That's better. 4 of them that time. See, I'm helping! Oh, I also need to replace my huntsman's weapon with the polearm. Do that now before I forget. Where's it going to be? Is that Volgier going to be the best weapon you've got? Probably. So far the one that I made you. Which actually is probably better, so let's have you use that instead, and then you can gain some polearm skill. By chance I found out that you can train faith in your guys. If they're leading a party in your army when they go to pray, I ended up with a vampire lord worshipping Sigmar that way. Interesting. Okay. Zero. I should recruit in. Ooh, great swords. Alright, we'll recruit everyone except for you. We're a proper Bretonnian here. We don't use guns. Heretics! But we are on the borders of the Empire, so I'm kind of okay using the non-gun Imperials, especially as I do have engineers. Lanwin the Engineer, why have you gained Widing? Sylvie? Where's the ability to give experience? That one, you don't have it. I don't know how you got that. It's weird. Just checking that none of my engineers are riding horses. They're not. I am being raided. Unacceptable. I need to go and bail you out too. I don't have an army to do this with right now. Let's forage. Got a little grain. I will take Knights of the Realm. So with 13 Knights of the Realm, are we going to be in a position to fight and beat them? And possibly them too. I mean, 13 Knights of the Realm is a lot of Knights of the Realm, so I'm hopeful. Whoa. What I'm trying to do is hold down Alt. Oh yeah, you've got 7 questing and 1 Grail. That's it. GG easy.
On my orders!
Right. 11 Knights. 161 infantry, 11 archers. How many archers do I... less. 30. Check now. Are they approaching? Yes.
You there! And poachers! Onwards, men!
This is not an ideal map for cavalry, however. I think I might go and see if I can thin their ranks a little. Of horsemen. Suspense, so no.
I least come out!
It's a questing knight down. I think that's actually a Grail Knight. I think that's the one and only. And my sword is armor piercing. Which is why I want to use it to kill him. That was a question. Still, good enough.
You
He shot me. That's a lot of green there on the right, so I think I made the right decision getting those extra knights as backup. Otherwise this would be probably a bit of a different circumstance. Though it looks like even my infantry is smashing their infantry. Those battles against the beastmen toughen them up sufficiently. Go. Raid is over. That'll teach you to raid my cities. Or villages even. Right, nicely done, nicely done. Take your prisoners. Let's not take all those. Yes, I'm not going to be able to get devotion, so I can't make anything except for pikemen for the Empire. I could upgrade a bunch of those Knights of the Realm. Would be nice. But I think at the moment I want to keep the chivalry, so I can keep that chivalry income coming. And let's head down here and bail out my minion. Armies. You've got armies in the field. What are you off to? Sued. Second Flesh and Mordany have made peace, so I guess Second Flesh just got knocked out. Oh no, there. Mercenaries. Don't want to go too far, because this army's going to attack my capital otherwise. Do I want to throw myself at both of these armies at once? That's 40 squires. 10 men-at-arms, 4 Grail Knights. Okay, your army is actually a bit more scary. 17 Beast Slayers. There we go. Take you out independently. Attack!
On my command!
Okay, this is a heavily forested map. So I think I might do something a little unconventional.
Dismount! Everyone! Dismount! Man up! Wait, poach! Wait! Poach! Shit! Tempest!
Use some of this defensive terrain.
Run a road rider! Onwards! Heirs! On call! Sir Lady Weezies!
Okay, they are not willing to advance on us.
What is this?
So we'll have to advance on them.
You there! Chivalrous Knights! Chivalrous Knights! En avant!
I guess that my archers are better than theirs. So we should be able to provoke them into coming forwards. Valedian Woodlands, charge! How much trouble can I get myself into? Oh, they're charging. Glowing sword of death and healing, but mostly death. Where are their archers? That's a lot of green. Bonjour. Clank. Whack. Oh, they're dead already. Do you still have a Bretonian knight? Grail knight. Oh, hello. Seems to be you. Two remaining. That's the Grail knight. Well, they're both Grail knights. All three of them even. It's a long spear. This is where an Empire pikeman might actually come in handy, like the one time.
Proud rider, take the saddle! Take the saddle!
Find a horse. Use the horse. Good lord, that guy is fast. Well, I guess we are comparing to, like, fully armoured knights. Oh yeah, my Knights of Lances, they can use those as pole arms. Like pikes. They are just long, pointy bits of metal. Or wood. Damn it! Did that not hit? Let's put this away. Man, great swords are freaking fast. Alright, there's one Grail Knight down. It's just that one left. Or are there still two of them? I think there are still two. Doesn't look like I can brace with this weapon. Charge! Thank you, KO, for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think I've had one of those on YouTube before. It's made my evening. I've got foot squire. Damn it! Alright, some of my knights are now mounted, so we will at least have some competition. The engineer got him, so yes, there was another one. Somewhere. Where is he? It's not showing up as a red dot on the map. Forges do still have a really good thrust attack, so I need to remember to use that. Got him. Hey, the huntsman got him. Nice. 9 dead. Peasant archers mostly. Acceptable losses. Yes, you are my prisoner. And yes, I will take the prisoners. I will then dump all of the prisoners out of here. I will sort you by tier. And then I'll take the high tier ones. And then promotions, lots of villains, lots of swordsmen, lots of them, lots of them, lots of them. Yes. Blessed Knightly Gauntlets. Does anyone need those? That's the absolute minimum that we have. And we're up to 107 influence now, which is pretty good going. He does wake up a bit. Why are we so slow? Herding. Yeah, I just don't have nearly as large an army as I need right now. This should help. Bonjour! Where's Roland? 40 spires. Okay. 3 Grail Knights, 5 Knights of the Realm, 8 Knights Errant. This is going to be a cavalry heavy battle. So we need to prepare accordingly, and I think this is going to be more out in the open. Yep. Cool. Thankfully I have a lot of cavalry. Right. I think... Is there a hill or something we can use? Not really. All the way back here, maybe. We could use this as cover for my infantry. I think I prefer that. Yeah.
Proud Riders!
Do I want to do this?
Proud move! Shit move!
I think we want to be relatively aggressive with cavalry here. Our Lady and Lance! Let's go! Knock out some of the Grail Knights if we can. Oh! I missed the guy I was aiming for and got a Knight of the Realm instead. Missed the errant, got the Knight. I'm okay with that. He's dismounted, he's useless. That's a Grail Knight, that's why I'm trying to kill him. Because I'm one of the few who reliably can. That's a nice hit. I love the fact that I can just stand in the middle of their lines and just tank it. It's like, this is unaffecting me. My horse is armoured enough and fast enough and has a high enough charge base. I can just get through their ranks and it really doesn't bother me. Okay. It was a Grail Knight. Good. And I come out of that completely unscathed. Is this Roland? I think this is actually their leader. Yeah, it is. Come back here, you coward! Take out the horse. Block that. It was Roland.
You chopper waits the king.
Yes, come to me, you peasant, and die! I will simply stand here in the middle of your formation and let you come to me. Otherwise my horse may get a little bit tired. You guys have done more damage than I've taken in a while. Oh, right, my health actually regenerates when I do now. I was like, why is my horse not dying? Because I'm not dying either. So, seeing this, I'm increasingly convinced that I could in fact take on one of their entire armies and win. Down to half health. Doing the damage. I think it's the squires, the two-handers, the bourgeois, these guys. Oops, no. Yeah, rather it was. This isn't plot armor, this is just really heavy armor and regeneration. And like 200 hit points. 65 kills later. Looks like you're using a lightsaber to cut butter. I mean, yeah, kind of.
You should not do me.
Oh, it's the beast slayers that were hitting me so hard. Those guys are beast slayers. That makes a bit more sense. But it's fine, because full health. And there's a victory. I gained a point of tactics, because my tactics there were flawless, and 2 one-handed. 48 influence. That's the wrong. 15 of them killed 67. No, 15 still standing. 15 were KO'd. 2 died. Yeah, it's more where they came from. You did fight well. You are now my prisoner, because I would like this war to end. Eventually. I'll take you. I'll take all of these. And I'll get these guys promoted. Peasant. Archer. Yes. Bretonian Squire Sword. That is the normal quality one. Some of you guys need better boots. Yeah, some of you do have 34s. In fact, I think it's only you that does. That is 27 against 32, so that is not an upgrade. Is that an upgrade for you, though? Swing speed is higher, damage is lower, thrust is higher, length is also a lot lower. No, I think you're fine with what you have. Yeah, your bows are also really high quality. Cool. So, Siglatrude has been bailed out of that battle. I think I need to go along here just to recruit some more of these low-level ruffians. Because I'm fairly sure that one of those large armies is very much on their way to my city. And I want to make sure I have an army to rival theirs. I just need to recruit one. From you. Going a little further away right now than I would like. Escaping. Thankfully, the many quests that I've undertaken for everyone around here means that recruitment for me is pretty darn quick. They're not everywhere. I definitely need to do some more quests near my new hometown. There we go, 242. Let's go drop these guys off. That's a lot of armies. If I could intercept and destroy some of those, I would love to do that. But I think I'm going to drop off troops first, because I also want to get rid of the prisoners. Mongol warband, that is just asking to be attacked. Stop this. Over the limit. Oh, right. When I recruit, I sometimes get 3 people. So we'll just leave them behind. Recruit. These guys off. Keep garrison. My companions went in there as well, which was not intended. Oh no, it didn't. I thought it did. They built Numandus. No. Oh, hang on. Yes, you are assigned as my engineer. Good, that's what I wanted to double check. This caravan hasn't died for a while, which is good to see. Do I have... You're staying at Turan. I would like you to return. Lanwin is the governor. Luque isn't, and you should return to me. So I do kind of need to go to Turan to pick up Adolia. Fortunately, is a ways away. How is the garrison here now? 396 out of 528. So I'm feeling a lot safer than I was. Especially with these guys. Now I am going to take the Knights of the Realm with me. I think I might take the Mounted Wardens too. And in time, I will take more and more of these low guys just to make sure that they are upgraded appropriately. But otherwise, we are just going to continue recruiting back up to strength. And we'll also fight. No, let's get the recruits and then we'll fight them. Unless, of course, Cyclotrude does it for me, in which case, fair enough. She did. I will let you have the experience. In that case. So I could try to form up an army and go after Sood. You know what, I should go to the Grove of the Lady too. That is a full army. "15 Grail Knights and 28 questing. That's too much for me to take on myself. You are chasing me, however. 11 Beast Slayers, 42 Knight Squires, 13 Knights of the Realm. Okay, you're actually quite a strong army. Considering my party at the moment is mostly newbies. Though I could potentially upgrade some of the Knights of the Realm. No, I don't think I will, not just yet. I didn't drop off the prisoners. Let's go. Lower chance of their nobles escaping if they're actually in a dungeon. Depending on the skill of the... Hey, you so slow. Because you got a bunch of prisoners. You caught a caravan. Depending on the skill of the governor. So to the... Keep. Dungeon. Manage prisoners. You. There's even more available. Let's go and keep recruiting. Let's do another circuit. A travelling merchant. Yes, let's take a look. Although I somewhat doubt you have much to offer me. No, you don't. Oh, Salet? The same level as Lordly Plate. Who uses the Salet? Empire Knights? I think it might be. You know what? The other thing I need to do... Whoops, no, keep going. Is sell some of my own stuff. Start out a loophole of the Wasteland. Okay. I was a bit scared that was Murrienberg there for a second, but it's not. It's just a random mercenary. Sharm is under attack again. Is that the army that's raiding me? I think it might be. No, Sophie is actually fighting them. Trade is what I came here to do. Sell everything up to 1,000. Otherwise, I'm stacking up hundreds of these items. Still kind of am. Food supply, however, is growing very nicely. Garrison is growing nicely. The militia is growing nicely. And loyalty is actually staying at 48.6. Oh, because we have really high security. And that continues to rise. Because of the strength of the garrison here. Cool. I am happy with all of those things. And the bigger the garrison here is, the less likely AI lords are to attack this place. Which suits me just fine. Simply true. I'll fight this for myself. Oh, Renault's been captured. Actually got Philippe Beaubrun. 3 Grail Knights, 11 Beast Slayers, 42 Squires, and 13 Knights of the Realm. That's not an army to sniff at. Except for the fact that my army has a completely unkillable beast. I want to play a gobbo riding a squig in this game. That would be fun. Dwarves and orcs are the next update, so you may well get your wish. Let's see.
Low bar, you zeal, the lady will see her. I least command.
Well, I don't have much fear of their central core. I think it's mostly, again, going to be their cavalry, so let's go fight that. Am I going to play a Dwarf Smith? You know what? That's actually a really interesting idea. Because I haven't done much with the crafting in this, in any of my playthroughs. Fight you will not win. That guy has no horse. Wonder what could possibly have happened to it. Being a lucky little bastard. Let's use the sword. Too early. It's a Grail, mate. Some holy damage. Holy damage is good because it makes them full of holes. Stop running away from it. I hit my horse. Come back, horse! Can we join the fight now? Let's go.
Tempo, tempo. Wait,
Grail Knight. That was a Grail Knight. That was a Beast Slayer. Their infantry has actually smashed their way through mine. Luckily for us, we have very powerful cavalry. Come on then. These slaves are quite good. Especially against Bretonnian armies. Pole arms and a shield. And they're not like ludicrously long pole arms, and they can be slashed. So the AI doesn't completely suck with them. Anyway, there's the victory. That'll do, pet. That'll do. This is what you get for raiding me! Very close to my capital, so I can drop these guys off. So I hope that they're... Ooh. That is not as good as what I'm riding. Got a war horse. Who needs a horse? We've already got all war horses for everyone. Still, expensive horse to get. Our party's down to just 30? 113 out injured. Oh boy. Okay. I see now why I couldn't take very many prisoners. Damn it. Am I just going to be losing all of my armies here? I really should have, yep. Ridden around with them myself. Dungeon, manage prisoners. You off. I should have just had them in one big army. I think it was a big mistake that I did not do that. Cyclotrude, gain some medicine. That's actually quite good. Party speed for wounded. That's maxed, that's maxed, that's maxed. What else do you need? Or polearm, I guess. Deadshot! Maximum level archer. 0.2 reload speed for every bow skill above 200. Bearing in mind that this kicks in at 275. So he's actually getting 75 times 0.2. Whatever that is. 35? No, that'll be 0.5. 75 times 0.2 is 15. So he's already getting 15% faster reload speed. And 35% more damage. Plus 10% armor while on foot. Captain, plus 5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of foot troops in your formation. He's the leader of my archer units. That's really strong. Wow. Suddenly my archers have a ton of armor. Hideout detection range. Yeah, and you don't do any of the other stuff, so that one's useful. Nice. What level are you now? 23. Damn. He's baying around for a while. You're two-handed leveled up. You are using swords, so we'll go with that. And you... I'm assuming are my trader, seeing as you just gained a skill in trade. Selling equipment or selling trade goods? You're a caravan, so you're going to be selling trade goods. Are you making me any money yet? Yes! 631. Income from caravan. Finally. So what I'm thinking of doing is having all of the damsels whose name begins with an S be my party leaders. And then whatever his name was, can also become a caravaneer. Yeah, so Akil is leading that. Sylvie is my medic. Sophie is Cyclotrude. We don't have another S. That's still in Turin. I mean, what I could have you do, Adolia, is literally just start a caravan. No, except you need to be present. It's not something you do at range. This garrison's kind of pricey. While I'm here, I should sell some stuff. Not that I can sell very much. All those that remain for an assault on the town. Unfortunately, I am all that remains. No other parties. Which is why I'm kicking myself, because it was stupid not to have done that already. I should have just formed a party, seeing as, or an army, seeing as it doesn't cost me any influence. Because they are faction members, not faction members, they are clan members. And then I could take Pusenk and Sud. I would probably turn Sud into my capital at that point, because it's right next to a Grove of the Lady, which is honestly one of the main things I'm looking for. Speaking of which, I should go to the Grove of the Lady. I should also kill those beastmen. I cannot go back and do that. Because I still have a bunch of people that are just healing, and I just need time. Small medical. Go, more level ups. I'm going to go majority footman. Hideout spotted. That's because I now have the ability to say hideouts even further away. What's this one? And there we go, we're at our maximum strength. In fact, we are, yep, slightly over it, because some of those units were not included in the calculations of party size. Let's drop off the prisoners that I have. Yes, I will accept that. 400 ducats? Sure. Back up to 11k. So we can sell some more rubbish hats. I have a lot of those bows. Good enough. Tavern, ransom those prisoners. Onwards. So I could have Adolia forming a party. I think I will. Easy way of getting her back. Be defensive, have unlimited money, build your army up again. And then return to me. Oh dear. Oh, I am at war with Marienburg. Huh. And they're coming for me. Now I'm really wishing I had the extra, like, 300 men from the other parties. Promoting 15 of you would be 1,500 chivalry. I want to keep that extra morale, though. So I'm not going to upgrade them, though it hurts my soul not to. Now I think I've basically just got to stay here and Pusenk and guard this place. However, I think one thing I will do is go to the keep, manage the garrison. I will give you all of the Knights of the Realm. No, Knights of the Realm don't cost. Neither do the Knights Errant. I'll keep them. I'll give you the Villains, the Yeoman, the Foot Squire, the Veteran Swordsman, and a Billman. Basically anything that doesn't cost chivalry, I'll keep. Because you cost a lot less chivalry while you're inside the city. Hunting for food. Plus 16. So I could sell some of the food that I have to keep this place going for a bit longer. But chances are they'll try to press that attack relatively soon. Alright. Staying in the city will heal us faster, true. Here they come. Just going to save over the... do another one. 53 saves for me. We are definitely joining the defense. Don't I get any say in the defenses that we build? I am your king! So 3,000 against 770, although our troops are really high level. I do get a say. Just can't see the symbols. Oh, they're assaulting already. Did they build any equipment? They built the ram. But I didn't manage to finish the... Okay.
Sergeants in charge!
How did I... Huh? Get downstairs. Someone please shut the door behind me. Thank you. I didn't think this through. So now this door is open, but that one isn't. You know what? That's okay. I have a plan. And I'm going to execute that plan. Yeah, they have guns. Hi. New plan. I am your dad! You dare mess with the Grail Knight! For the lady! For the lance! For dad! Preferably yours. Glowing sword! Right, who's next? Didn't die. That's just rude. Put that heretic weapon away. My bad, Banner. Oh, hello, knight. You're a lord. I'm being elected. Grandmaster Dietrich Og. One of the few people that can probably actually hurt me reliably. Not reliably, but you can hurt me. Can't hurt me if you're dead. as effectively as I would like to be killing them. Is this really worth doing? It's half dead now, I've wasted so much time on it. Oh, hello. No archery. Stop shooting. It's cheating. That's Albert. Not like that. Stop that. Thank you. Why are we telling out? Oh shit. Seriously, why are you tallying? Oh shit! It's fine for me to do it, I can take this. You guys, not so much. Sword. That sword. Light it up! Yeah, all the people that sallied out dead. So I really don't understand why you did that. If you thought you were protecting me, I don't need protecting. As you might be able to tell. 7 seconds, I can start healing again. 3, 2, 1. Light it up! While all these guys are dying to me, they're not killing my inside people. Which is the main goal I had doing all of this. Looks like I did get through the front door though, which is annoying. Bullets hurt. Stop that. Got him. Hi. Alright, how are we doing? 500 killed, 230 lost. Of which 123 I did. And counting. So actually the difference in kill death is because of me. Well, I did say I'm a one-man army. I wasn't really expecting that army to be 3,000 strong, but hey! I guess technically this place can't fall until I fall. Hi! Yes, please stand there looking the wrong way. I approve of this. A slow-mo there. The murder has been too intense. Trying to swing a halberd at me. Stop that, it's rude. Oh, it's only a spear. Less rude. Stop blocking me with your tiny little hammer! Recruit that man immediately. If you can block my sword of empire murder with a tiny little hammer, he is worthy of Pretonia. He's doing it again. It's that guy right in front of me. Everyone else around him is dying, but he isn't. Alright, Great Swordsman needs to die. Oh, that's a halberd guy. You definitely need to die. You. I think I finally killed him. Or else he went up the ladder. Whew! Alright. Should probably go and kill some of these archers. 700 to 300. Oh, blocking me! Thank you. That's a grenade! Who fired a grenade into the middle of this? Madman. These guys are actually worse. No. Valiant Outriders are very high levels, so I'm not surprised they did a bit of damage there. Unlike those archers. He shot me! He tried to. Back here. Alright, let's regen a bit more. What are we at? Can't tell. I think at this point, my number of kills is just yes. Get my heel on! Well, they seem to recognize I'm the most dangerous one here. Alright. 230 kills and counting. 956 for 464. Stop using the length of that weapon against me. You are hitting me with the pointy end. How can I hit you? That's cheating. Charge! For the lady, for the lance! For the glowing lightsaber of death and healing. It's cauterizing, you see. Cauterizing all the wounds I take as I take them. And because I am Knight of the Lady, I'm always covered in water, and therefore don't burn myself. You see, that's how it works. That's what happens when you worship a lake. You're constantly swimming. Heal. Let's see. Right. Just get more of you. Hello. Yep, attack me. Thank you. They're actually pushing me back. Sheer weight of numbers. Well, even better is if you're made of water. I'm not sure that I am, because then how would I be cauterizing wounds if I was made of water? I can't cauterize water. Oh, I guess that's what steam is technically. Overall knights here, which is a dude with a big pointy stick, just probably crunching through my... Ooh, yeah, taking a bit of damage here. Kill him. Come on, die! Got him. Knight of the Inner Circle, eh? Next wave is still on their way in. Oh, there's more in here. Time to murder! Hello! Yeah, I don't like that. Stop that. Hello. Welcome to the party. Away from the battering rams and hitting it. Okay. This is a better spot. Yes, I purposefully backed myself into a corner here. At least I tried to. Wait, my corner. I want that corner. Thank you. There we are. Because this is going to limit the number of people that can actually attack me at once. Because looking at the bar up there, it's not looking too hot. Because their army was so big, they have basically the same amount of morale that we did. Okay, I don't swing here as much as I okay, let's make better. You guys with the spears, very annoying. Stop that. More seconds, then I can bring out the flamingness. There we go. Start to regen again. A couple of knights in here and a couple of halberdiers, which is a little bit dangerous. Back out a little. Okay, it's now just me versus their entire army. They are slowly wearing me down. "340 kills we took with us. And I gained 2 points of one-handed. We killed 1,300. No, 1,232. How did we do so badly, though? Six Crown Knights killed 50. The 30-40 Questing Knights killed 191. Balance Blades as well, 28 killed 118. Yeah, it's just that they had so many of them. Good squires did shit. Bowman and Bergerac weren't great. Longbows did terribly. Men at Arms did pretty poor. Nobles did alright. Villains did awfully. 45 of them, they killed 33. Arthur got 10. Brigand, the hunt, his name was actually Brigand, got 9. Loophole got 7. Big got 8. Menendez 5. Sorby 7. Alfred only 1. Which, considering you're my foot knight, is disappointing. Knights of the Realm, 61. Lost 29. Yeah, we're just too low level. Unfortunately, everyone gets captured then. I did level up, though. Need more points in Vigor, I think, so I can get to Way of the Sword. Hang on. Extra physical damage, ability scales of one-handed skill. That's not the heal. That's the heal. Okay. Accuracy while rotating, or reload speed. I wonder which. Ah, you both had a big upgrades. But the thing is, I don't know whether I'm going to continue with this, like this bit. Losing my armies so carelessly was really stupid. Like, if we had the full army there, we probably would have won that siege. So I might go back and replay that. I'll go back to one of these, to when I still have the army. Need to work out which save that is, though. Because that would give us another 500 troops. What would that have been? This is when they were attacking us, so it's going to be this one. Oof, that's an hour before. That's 10 minutes before. Hopefully save auto 1 or save auto 3 will do it. It was a bad dream about the future, exactly. It was a prophecy that the lady granted us to tell us that we shouldn't split our forces. Yep, that's what I'm going with. Come on, still have armies. We have at least one. Alright, so 2 of the 3 of you are still standing. Which gives us an extra 220, 230. I'm going to need all 3 of you. Let's try you. This is like an hour after we got our independence. I wonder if they got a damage buff when I was the last man standing. Because my health went down extremely fast. If they didn't. Yeah, so here we should be able to grab all 3 armies. We can. And I think I shall. Cool. Ah, it's because I was chasing Roland. Athel Lauren declares war. Great, we're with the elves. But not with Marienburg. Not yet, anyway. But we know that the elves love building these enormous armies. So we have that to look forward to. You're chasing my party. And she's, I'm guessing, in range? Let's go and kill Roland. Yeah. And then I think I'm going to stop for the evening. Gives me a good spot to continue from. Sickletrude, you should be with the archers, I think. Maybe the infantry.
Follow you, Borah! Sir Lady, you, sir! Sir Lady,
over there. I caught and attacked them. I'm the clan leader, so Sickletrude's armies should be under my command. In fact, we know that they are, because I was able to give her a position in the army. And if I can provoke them into attacking us here, this is a really good defensive spot, actually. Not so great for my cavalry. This might actually be a battle where we dismount the cavalry. Isn't that what we did last time? I feel like that's what we did last time.
Chivalrous knights!
It's 5.
Kaiser on front! Zur Lady Earth! Zur Lady Wheelsies! Use the stone channel you do! Cloud Riders! Shiva! Zur Lady Wheelsies! Zur Lady Wheelsies! Earth of thee! Zur Lady Wheelsies!
Go and grab my horse, see if I can provoke them into attacking. So our archers might well do that for themselves.
Shiva Usta! Shiva!
I was an idiot. Didn't have my weapon down. Still nothing? Ah, the cavalry charged us. Haha! Perfect! Easy kill. Their infantry. It's their second Grail Knight. I think they only had 2 of them. Oh no, 3. You're another one. And that's Roland, the Marshal. Archers. Archers! It's 90 damage I've done to Roland now. Alright, let's finish this. There goes Roland. Back here, Grail Knight! We get it? Oh. Got him. Alright, what's left? 3 archers.
waits the king.
I would say that went pretty well. And there we go, there's the victory. Okay. I think I'd actually prefer to fight the elves to Marienburg, because I don't think the elves are going to be able to muster quite as many troops. Plus, they may well go to war with some other Bretonnians. Right, let's do the promotions. Then this tier, both of you, all of you. Oops, that's too many. Done. Take the loot. All of those are upgrades. Okay, and then the armies should be coming down to join us. At which point I might actually try and siege down Sud, although trying to defend that at the same time as Pusenk would be difficult. I might even see if I can go for Montfort. Take the war against the elves, or possibly... Could try to piece out Baston in order to focus entirely on these guys, then carve out a kingdom over here. That might be a better idea. But for now, that is going to be it. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. We do have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us, say hello. Tomorrow, I am probably going to try to do Hearts of Iron again, because I'm determined to get through until the Civil War at the very least. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So come join me 12 PM Central European time tomorrow, and we'll do that. And if that doesn't work out, then we'll just do some more of this, because this is a new and interesting phase which we haven't actually done before in Old Realm, where we are our own nation. Which should be interesting, because my goal now is to unite the entirety of Bretonnia and then take them into war against the elves. And the only way to unite nations in this game is conquering them. So there you go. You're addicted to Mount & Blade 2. I'm 100% addicted to this game. Like, it is my favourite game of all time. I love Mount & Blade 2. It hasn't reached all of the things that I think they can do yet. But I know from Warband and the modding scene around Warband just how ridiculous this game, Mount & Blade, can get. And I'm just excited for the future. War Sales, I think, is going to bring some really interesting stuff. And then hopefully Tale Worlds will, you know, start to speed up a little bit. They're not. But we'll get some interesting mods at least. Yeah. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow at 12 PM. Viking Run with the DLC. Oh, 100% we will be. Yeah, definitely. Can't wait for that. Should be fun. Bye.